Hi, I'm Case Lowe, co-host of the Open the Voice Gate podcast. The one question I'm constantly asked when it comes to Dragon Gate is, how do I get into the promotion? Well, stop asking and start listening to the Open the Voice Gate podcast, released every Wednesday on the Voices of Wrestling podcasting network. For exclusive news and show reviews, look no further than the leader in Dragon Gate coverage, Open the Voice Gate.
Hey everybody, my name is Jesse Collins, and I am the host of the Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, a show right here on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. On the Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, we take a deep look at individual issues and stories that are going on in the wrestling world. Each episode is about a different topic, and we take a thorough and educated look at things ranging from current booking trends to breakdowns on individual performers and angles to investigations into different fan cultures across the industry. In addition, we keep a close eye on the wrestling media, and as a professional journalist, I bring a unique perspective to how current issues in wrestling are being covered and discussed through the wrestling media. We have a revolving series of guests from across wrestling punditry joining us on each episode, and we hope that you make the choice to give us a listen on wherever you get your podcast from.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 266, and this week I am pleased to be joined by a first-time guest. Hello to another John Bivins.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good, actually. I would be a lot worse if the Blue Jays had blown their game today, like they almost did, but they did not. They actually won, so I'm pretty happy.
I was gonna ask how the Blue Jays are doing today.
They were okay. The last week they won their first two games in Tampa. I don't know if you're a baseball person at all, by the way.
A little bit. I've been to like 3 or 4 Braves games in my lifetime.
That's your team, the Braves?
It's my dad's team, so by proxy, it's my team, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean they've won recently, so at least you got to see that. But
right.
But yeah, the Blue Jays, they started out the week well. They won their first 2 games in Tampa. Then they lost 4 in a row. So they lost the last 2 games in Tampa and the first 2 games in Kansas City. The first one against Kansas City, they lost 20-1. So,
oh, God.
Yeah, they just got fucking destroyed. Now, luckily, that was Friday night, and I was out doing karaoke, so I completely missed the entire game. I was like, if you guys are going to do that, first of all, it's a horrible time to do that because you're trying to win a division with like a week left in the season. But at least you picked the one game I didn't see a single second of to do that, so that's fine.
Right.
Yesterday, they just lost like 2-1 where they couldn't score any runs. And then today, the offense finally broke out of it, and they won 8-5. So now, winning today, they clinched their playoff spot. There's 6 games left. They're up 2 games on the Yankees for the AL East division. They have to, they can be tied with the Yankees because they have the tiebreaker. They have the direct, just like Masa Kitamiya did to or no, actually no. He was just 2 points out of Kenta. I think Kenta would have had the tiebreaker on Kitamiya. Anyway, but yeah, just like that, the tiebreaker, just like in the Carnival or the G1 or the N1, they have the tiebreaker. The Blue Jays won the season series against the Yankees. So they have the tiebreaker. So they can be tied at the end of the year. They would still win the division. So basically, if the Yankees go 6-0 in their last 6 games, which they very well could because they're playing two horrible teams, the White Sox and the Orioles, the Blue Jays have to go 4-2. So, which is doable.
Right. Yeah.
But they're playing the Red Sox, who are actually good, and then they're playing Tampa again, who isn't very good, but always plays us really tough for some reason. But the good thing is they're at home for both those remaining series, and they have the best home record in baseball. So I'm cautiously optimistic they can pull this off. Today's game was huge because if they had lost today to Kansas City again and got swept, they would have had to go 5-1 in the last 6 to win the division, which that would have felt like really daunting. 4-2 feels like, they could do it. I'm pessimistic by nature about the Blue Jays, but 4-2 feels doable.
Yeah, that's definitely doable.
I'm also very happy I don't have to watch them tomorrow because they're off tomorrow because it's been so fucking stressful. But, take this shit too seriously, as my partner would always remind me. But it's like they were so horrible last year, and I just didn't expect anything out of them this year, that now it feels like life or death to actually hold on this division. So, but we'll see how it goes, I guess.
No, I understand. And yeah, my dad's a big Braves fan, and he's also a big Georgia Bulldogs fan, college football down here in the South. And the Braves got the World Series at the same year that the Dogs won the national championship. So if anything, that was just the highlight for me of like just getting to see my dad like just that happy in one year that both of his teams were able to make it. So, because I just remember when the Dogs were winning the national championship, they scored with like a minute or something left, I think. And he just looked at me and he had this look of like disbelief of like, we won. And I was like, yeah, we won, Dad. And he was like, oh shit, like now I can celebrate. So, because he's so used to like just constant disappointment, like from our Georgia teams. So,
see, my dad is a Yankees fan, which is a team I fucking hate. But on the other hand, it's like I don't even have to feel guilty or like feel like, I should want the Yankees to win more for my dad. My dad's seen the fucking Yankees win so many goddamn times in his lifetime. It's like he has no room to complain. When he starts complaining about how much he hates the current Yankees and how bad they are, whatever, I'm just like, Dad, you've seen them win like 8 World Series in your lifetime or something. Who cares?
Right.
It's like you're very spoiled. Like, I hate to tell you, as a sports fan.
Yeah, it's not the same as like a small market team that like we're good once every 7 years, so we gotta hang on to that.
Yeah, I mean they're on a long drought for them now because their last World Series was 2009, but like again, 16 years is a long drought because you're the Yankees. It's not a long drought for anybody else. So,
right.
Yeah, I mean they went to the World Series last year. They just embarrassed themselves against the Dodgers, which was very funny. That one inning where they made like 6 errors or something was like,
oh god,
yeah. Well, because the Dodgers the Yankees last year especially, I think they're a little better this year, but last year, they're a great hitting team that could not defend at all, and the Dodgers scouting was like, I remember the exact thing the scouts told the Dodgers, and this came out after the series, was if you just put the ball in play against them, they're gonna make mistakes and you're gonna win, because they were just such a bad fielding team last year, and they're a little better this year, I think. But the Blue Jays still did the same thing against them when they won that season series against them. They would just put the ball in play against them constantly and just like watch the Yankees make a bunch of mistakes trying to field it, because they're just not a good fielding team at all. So, and yeah, the Dodgers really made them look stupid in the World Series for a lot of it, which is very funny. Not if you're a Yankees fan, I guess. But I mean, the other thing too, my dad is like this, and my partner Nicole is like this to a degree too. A lot of Yankee fans really hate current Yankees management. Like they hate the fucking manager. God, I don't know why I can't remember his name all of a sudden. Aaron Boone. That's it. The manager, Aaron Boone. They fucking hate him. They hate the GM, Brian Cashman, and they kind of want them all to just get fired and just like, I don't know. So it's almost like when they do bad things, I wouldn't say they were rooting against them, but they were just they take some like perverse pleasure out of it. Like, oh yeah, look at these idiots fucking losing again with all their money anyway. So it's just, I don't know. It's kind of a weird dynamic where I feel like they're almost amused by their failure. So, but yeah, I guess that's baseball update for everybody. But I mean, I was listening back to the episode last week, and I was like, wow, I'm glad I'm not recording during a game this time, because that did get annoying listening to myself give these Blue Jay updates for this game that people A, don't care about, and B, like it's already over by the time you listen to the episode. So I don't know why I did that. It was just I couldn't stop reacting in real time because it felt like such a big deal. But I don't know.
As a listener, I don't know. There's something enjoyable about it, like just getting the live reactions and like that moment. Hearing you realize like in real time, like, all right, we got this. Like it's a satisfying, like cathartic kind of feeling.
I appreciate it. I've heard Joe Lanza do it for the Reds too, so shouldn't be too hard on myself. Unlike the Reds, my team is actually going to make the playoffs. So I think the Reds are done. Actually, maybe they're not actually. Let's check real quick. I'm just curious because the Mets are definitely struggling. Oh my God! Never mind. Apologies to Joe Lanza. They're tied. Wow.
Oh no.
They've won 5 in a row, and they're tied with the Mets for the last wild card. Never mind. I take back what I just said. They have a decent chance to make it. I wonder if they have the tiebreaker or not. I'll have to ask Joe. I'll have to ask Joe later. I actually have no idea if they have this tiebreaker. That's crazy. Because he was. I mean, I don't pay a lot of attention to the NL wildcard race, so like I thought they were fucking done. I'm finding out live on the air here that they're very much in the mix. I mean, Arizona's only a game back too, and I thought they were done. Really, really wacky NL race this year, I guess. Well, anyway, enough baseball talk. Could get over to the Japanese wrestling. There's shows we're going to talk about this week. Definitely better than last week, I think. I mean, there's a lot more stuff I enjoyed this week. Not the Noah, although you were telling me off air you did enjoy the Noah, so I guess it'll be good to have someone on here who actually did like this N1, because yeah, I was pretty not into it. The other thing too, I should have mentioned this off the bat. It's my fault for not. You're an independent wrestler in the U.S., which it's always cool when I've talked to actual wrestlers to get like the perspective of people who have done this before. So I'm definitely looking forward to hearing that as we talk about these matches. How many years experience do you have as a wrestler, just out of curiosity?
I appreciate that. You're doing me a lot of justice with that intro. So I have about 5 years experience, but I will lead with the disclaimer that I'm not good. So yeah, like 5 years experience, but there's a lot of people better than me. So yeah, like I think I can provide insight, maybe just based on like the basics and like fundamentals. Because there's some stuff, from a booking perspective, I feel like there's stuff that's just fundamentally wrong. Spoiler alert: Kazuyuki Fujita. Um, so yeah, I think that'll be more my insight. But yes, I started training about 5 years ago. I started right before COVID, and then I had one match in February of 2020, and then I was off until like June or July of that year, and then I've been going pretty consistently since then.
That was going to be my next question, so I appreciate that. That's great for you to say that. So you basically are one of the first wrestlers who, didn't have any real experience of pre-COVID wrestling.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's interesting. So do you talk to, I mean, I assume you do talk to other indie, like how would other indie wrestlers say that it's changed since COVID? Is it really super different? Is it not different at all to them? I guess if you've talked to them about this, like what have they said, I guess, of the pre-2020 wrestling days?
I don't know. I guess it's sort of like an unspoken thing. So like I wrestle primarily in the Southeast. Like I live in Middle Georgia, but a lot of my bookings are like North Georgia and like rural communities in Tennessee. So the response to COVID was a lot different in those areas. because the company that I was working for in Rome, Georgia, in like mid 2020, they only took like maybe 2 months off for COVID. So they probably stopped in like March, and then I started talking to them in like the May, June like time frame. So for them, it was like they didn't really miss a beat outside of like, maybe 4 or 5 shows.
Hmm.
So I think like it depends on like what area you were in of the country, but like down in the southeast, there was a lot of, oh, COVID isn't real, we're just gonna wear
Hmm.
masks and stay inside for like 2 months, and then come football season, like COVID doesn't exist, so we're just gonna keep running shows. So I don't think it affected me and like my personal experience as much as it did a lot of people, just because like the Southeast response was a lot more, uh, I don't know, forward. Just like, hey, we're not going to acknowledge this thing. We're just gonna keep going.
So it was just like a 2 month break, basically.
Pretty much, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like I said,
Because
I started.
obviously, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I started my first match was in February, and I was scheduled to wrestle again like around March 19th, March 20th. It was like the week of or the week before like the NBA like canceled everything, because I know that's how a lot of people think of it, was like
Yeah.
COVID wasn't real until the NBA started canceling games, and then it was like, all right, so we have to deal with this now. Um, so yeah, I was scheduled to wrestle then, and then shows kind of went on hiatus, and then a couple of federations ran like independent shows outdoors with like no fans and stuff like that, and it was like that for a little bit, and then the social distancing and all that kind of started. So and that was fairly loosely enforced, I feel like, in the southeast. So it the scene started back quicker than a lot of areas of the rest of the country, much to their detriment, I feel like, in a lot of ways. But that's kind of just how things were.
I was trying to think about when I started hearing about Northeast indie shows again. It's not like I pay super close attention to American wrestling, so because AEW was definitely running here again by late 2021. Because I want to say the first show I went to, I guess, would have been the Grand Slam in 2021, right? Because that was a thing, I think.
That sounds
Um,
right.
Let me just double check it. Yeah, that was the first Grand Slam, September 22nd, 2021. So that would have been the first show I went to. I'm almost positive. Because the first Forbidden Door was 2022, I think. So yeah, the first wrestling show I went to after the pandemic would have been the Grand Slam at Arthur Ashe, because I went to every Grand Slam. But yeah, it is interesting. I mean, like, 2020 there was just nothing going on up here. I mean, so I would expect there to be no indie wrestling in like New York or anything, because like I don't think you were allowed to run, because the 2020-21 hockey season, I remember they started letting fans back in the building in MSG towards the very end of the season, and even then it was like because I went to one game, I want to say late March 2021, and they were letting like 5,000 fans in, if out of a building that can obviously hold 18,000 MSG, and you had to have like proof of vaccination, and um so I think it was proof of vaccination. You had to wear a mask, obviously. So yeah, it was very, very different. And then by the time the baseball season was kind of the same thing, except I don't think they required proof of vaccination because it was outdoors, but it was like limited attendance in the 2021 baseball season. But yeah, it wasn't
Yeah.
until like the fall of 2021 where stuff started getting closer to back to normal, and then by like 2022 it was more like normal attendance everywhere. So definitely much longer than it was in the Southeast. Of course, in Japan, they didn't have normal full crowd cheering shows until like 2023, which is crazy.
Yeah, yeah. It felt like a long time.
It was a long, long, long time, that is for sure. But yeah, I mean, I feel like pre and post COVID, must be a thing they talk about a lot more in Japan, because even after, besides the fact that the Japanese wrestlers had to live through that for all those years. The Japanese wrestling scene has never been the same since then. I mean, especially attendance wise. So, I feel like it feels like a conversation they must have in their locker rooms and stuff, where like the newer wrestlers must be asking like, what was it like before 2020? But I guess for Southeast Indies, I guess it's in the U.S. It's probably not as big of a thing.
Yeah, it was a strange thing for me watching it like in real time, where like by 2021 things were fairly close to like what it was before, or at least like that's what it felt like to me in my experience. And so then you watch like the Japanese shows, and then like you're saying, it didn't really take effect until like 2023. And so yeah, there was a huge difference where it's like they're doing the half crowds and the clap only crowds and stuff like that. Whereas like the shows that I'm working on, it's like probably by 2022, folks weren't really even social distancing anymore. And
Yeah.
so it just, life rolled on. And then to see like, wow, this thing is still affecting like the other half of the world, like this, it's still completely different for them. It's not even close to the same. And it's like back home, it's like it was just a normal, day at the office.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing that surprised me a little bit, I will say, is I expected things to feel more different even when I went by the time I went in December 2023. Whereas I thought it would still feel like more of a lingering effect, even though, I'd heard that things were more back to normal, but it really wasn't. I mean, there were more people wearing masks in public in Japan still. But it wasn't like it was I would call it like even the majority of people. And, like all the stuff that I remembered about Japan was pretty much the same. Like the biggest change was like the Sega arcades no longer being called Sega arcades. I really can't think of anything else that felt really super different between pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. I guess the Korakuen Hall smoking room never reopened. That's like the only other thing I could think of, because they still had that blocked. To this day, that's still closed, as far as I know, because it was definitely still closed in April
Oh
when
wow.
I went. Yeah, but like that is when that's the biggest thing I can think of, is like, the core, because I got that question. So I host a travel panel at anime cons and a wrestling panel, and I got that question like 3 times this year between the travel panel and the wrestling panels, where people always want to know when they hear that you've been to Japan, either just in general or for wrestling, both pre and post pandemic. They always want to know, like, oh, they think it's like super different. They're like, oh, how different is it? And I'm just like, I don't know. It really didn't feel that different to me. I'm like, I don't know if it's just something I'm missing, or it's just when you're just doing like touristy stuff, it's the same. But like when you're just living there, it'd be really different. But I don't know. It didn't, like, people kept asking like, how is attending wrestling shows different? I'd just be like, I can't really think of a big difference besides, like I said, the Korakuen smoking room being closed. I mean, there's less people at the shows now. I guess that's different, but it didn't feel super different when you're there. Whereas I'm sure, obviously, if you attended shows in 2021 or 2020 and even 2022, it would have felt completely different, because you would have had to wear the mask, you would have had to clap. There was even less people there when they were running like half attendant, the 50% shows. But yeah, actually going to the shows now, after, in their post-pandemic era, doesn't really feel any different than the pre-pandemic era. So it is interesting.
Yeah.
Is there anything else I want to ask you as a wrestler? What have you ever like, it's like one of your dreams to wrestle over there? And if so, like what promotion would you want to wrestle for?
Oh, absolutely. I have been like a big Japanese wrestling fan. I think I started around the G1 in 2016, but I wasn't exactly familiar with like how to stream everything. So, that's a whole nother thing, is like living in the Southeast. Like my parents didn't get cable internet until maybe like 3 or 4 years ago. Like,
Wow.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we
It's
had we had cable internet in New Jersey in like 2002, I think, and I definitely had friends who had it before that.
Yeah, no, my parents didn't get it until like it's been within the last 5 years, I can say for sure. Like it's been post COVID. And so, like, for me, watching Japanese wrestling and growing up, like, in a rural community in the South, it was like I would go visit my aunt's house, and she lived, like, in town, and so she had, like, good internet. Like, they had cable internet for years. So I would go to her house and, like, download the G1 shows in, like, 2016 when I was a teenager, and would, like, watch them at my house and then, like, go back to her house and download, like, a couple days of the G1 and then come home and watch them and that sort of thing. Um, but yeah, no, I've been a fan pretty consistently for, like, the last 9 years or so. So I don't know, like, my vision for myself always changes. Right now, if you were to ask me where I wanted to wrestle, I would feel like it's Gambare. I'm just a really big fan of, like, the Gambare Pro shows that are on Wrestle Universe. Like, they're just awesome shows, and they just have, like, they sort of have, like, an indie feel. Like, a when I see the way they wrestle, it reminds me of, like, people that I'm around, like, in my current scene. And I'm like, I think that would just be so fun. Like, the crowds there just look awesome. So yeah, to wrestle in Corkin or something someday would be like a dream for me. But I'm not attaching my personal worth to whether I'm able to do my dream or not. But I would, yeah, I'd love to be in an opener in Gambare someday.
Um, the so okay, I don't really watch any Gambare, so that's a great that might as well just ask you since you brought it up. So the 27th when I land, there's a Marigold Cork in the morning and then a Gambare Cork in the evening. And I was thinking in my head, I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay awake long enough for the Gambare Cork because I land at like 5 in the morning. So
Right.
I was like, I don't know if I'll make it there. But like, give me like the elevator pitch for like why I should make sure I go to Gambare.
Gambare to me, in a lot of ways, feels like 2007 PWG, in the sense that, like, even if the guys are not per se, like, world class, like the best top of the line guys, everyone wrestling there wrestles with a ton of passion. Like, the men, the women, everybody is giving, like, 100%. And the shows to me sort of have, like, a house show feel, but, like, 100% effort. It's like, yeah, they're trying stuff, like, it feels experimental to me in some ways. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you see that it feels like they've only practiced it, like, a handful of times, and they're trying it for the first time in front of crowds, but they're practicing to do it in front of crowds. Um, yeah, like, they just wrestle with a lot of passion. I will also argue to my grave that Ken Oka is one of the most underrated baby faces of, like,
Oh,
the
I love Kenoka. Yeah, him I've seen a lot. He is awesome.
yeah, Ken Oka is enough for me, like, just on my own to want to go see a Gambare show. But they've got, like, a really good roster just up and down. And like I said, it just feels like everybody's given 100% effort, like, all the time. And so that's what kind of just draws me into it.
Well, you did a good job selling me. I will say that. Maybe I will try to take a nap in the afternoon and try to get up and go to Gambare. They tell you not to do that for like getting over jet lag, but I'm just like, there's no way I'll be able to go to that show otherwise. Probably landing at like 5 in the morning and then yeah. But we'll see.
Yeah. How long is that flight for you?
It's like almost. Well, I think they always say it's going to be longer than it is. Almost every time now. Let me see what it says officially. Because every time now, because they changed it, the flight pre and post COVID, though this is really about the Ukraine war. You used to be able to fly over Russia, so the flight would be shorter. But now, because you can't fly over Russia anymore, it takes longer. You have to go basically on the East Coast. You have to go over Alaska instead and come back down, so it takes a little bit longer. 12:35 a.m. I'm supposed to take off. 5:10 a.m. I'm supposed to land. Why don't they just have the fucking flight time here, guys? Let's say. I don't want to do math. Okay. JL3 flight time. Okay. Yeah, it says it's typically about 14 and a half hours.
That is my
It's really okay. So sometimes they say it's going to be 14 and a half. Usually it ends up taking more like 14 exactly, because I'm looking at like on Saturday it took 14 hours and 4 minutes. On Friday it took 14 hours and 24 minutes. That was with the delay. Yeah, so it just depends on the day, I guess. On Wednesday it took 13 hours and 54 minutes. Those people got a treat. But yeah, I mean, I feel like 14 hours is about what it takes. It used to take more like 13 and a half when you're allowed to fly over Russia. So it does take longer now. But yeah, I guess if you get unlucky, it can take like 14 and a half. But it's definitely fucking long. That is for sure.
See, that is my own personal hell. That is my biggest obstacle to wrestling in Japan. Not me, like not being good, is the flight over there being that long. I cannot be on an airplane that long. I am not comfortable flying at all. Like I despise flying.
Okay, can I ask you a question? How old were you the first time you flew?
I believe 14.
See, because I have a personal pet theory that the people who hate flying the most are always people who started later in life. You're kind of on the borderline, I guess. I'm thinking more of people who started like when they're 18 to like 20. But I feel like everybody I've ever met who likes flying did it at a really young age. Like the first time I was on a plane, I was like 2 years old, apparently. So
Right.
I've never had a problem flying. It doesn't the Japan flight is fucking long, and it does get annoying after a while, especially in regular economy. But other than the fact that it's just long, it doesn't the act of flying itself does not bother me at all. I'm usually kind of into it, actually. So
Yeah, that I don't know. For perspective, like I'm also not big on like elevators or roller coasters. So that's if that gives you like a perspective on like where I am on like flying. And it's one of those things for me that it's a fear based not in like the likelihood of something going wrong, but in the thought of like how bad it would be if something did go wrong, where like I just cannot stomach the thought of like a big drop like in an airplane. Like please take me out any other way. Like I cannot I can't stomach that. I can't handle it.
yeah, no. So my partner Nicole, she's the same way. She hates flying, and she's very very scared of it, and she hates the takeoffs especially. And she
Yes,
first flew
definitely.
the first time she flew, she was like 22. And I have other friends like that really hate flying, or they're really scared of flying, and they're all like people who started like in after they were 18. So you're sort of disproving a little bit, but I really think if you did it as younger kids, most people, I don't think I've ever met someone who did it like under 10 for the first time and is like really scared or really hates it. So I feel like if you did it as a little kid, it feels much more natural to you. But
Yeah,
um,
I subscribe to that theory. That sounds right.
yeah, because just it doesn't feel like anything to me. The thing that actually makes me the most nervous, and Nicole always makes fun of me for this, I kind of hate the feeling of landing, like that feeling when the wheels like bounce, because a lot of times it bounces a tiny bit, and for some reason that feeling really bothers me. Like the takeoffs, I don't know, the takeoffs to me are cool. I'm just like, yeah, here we go. But like, and the actual being in the air does not bother me. Turbulence really doesn't bother me. For some reason, it's that feeling of landing, and maybe it's because I like in my head I know that like, which I don't know if people know this, but like a ton of the actual accidents that do happen with flying happen on the landing. So I don't know. Maybe it's just like a logic thing where I know like there's a lot that can go wrong when you actually land, and you can spin out and like crash or something. So I didn't in my head every time we land and we hit, I'm just like and then of course it's always fine, but yeah, that to me makes me more nervous about anything than anything else about flying. But
Yeah,
we'll
I
see.
think I'm okay with the landing because I'm like, all right, we're on the ground. It's the thought of falling like 20,000 feet, like in a nosedive, that is like fast for me.
But you're not gonna know you did. I mean, you're gonna know until you go down. But like once you're not gonna, you have no chance of survival. So at that point, it's just like okay, it's over for me anyway. So whatever. But guess it's just two different ways of looking at it.
Yeah, I think it's the thought of me, like, if it takes 2.5 minutes to hit the ground from like that far up, that's gonna be like the worst 2.5 minutes of my life, and I'm gonna be so pissed. And even if I pass out from like the altitude drop, like just knowing that's how I went, I like, man, I want a refund. Like
Be like, my family had better get a damn good settlement out of this.
Right.
Thought. But yeah, I don't know. Morbid humor, everybody. It's not for everybody. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't go through my head when I'm flying. It's just, I also tend to I fly nicer seats now too than economy. So I'm either like getting drunk or, enjoying it too. So I have a bid in to hopefully get upgrade to business on this flight, which would be so sick if it happens, but have to wait and see. So far it looks good because they do these based on it's like a bidding system where they give you like a minimum amount you have to bid to bid up, and it's based on how many seats are available versus how many they think they're going to sell by December. And there's still like 25 seats in business available on my flight, which is like half the cabin. And we're like 95 days out at this point, which is pretty good. And the minimum bid keeps dropping. So I've been able to keep dropping my bid with the minimum and then keep hopefully getting it for cheaper. So it's looking good, unless we suddenly get a sudden rush of people buying last minute business tickets, which can happen. It depends a lot on like if some corporation decides they have to fucking fly their people out there or something. But yeah, so far it's looking good. And maybe that won't happen because I'm technically flying out the night of Christmas. So maybe that's what's saving me with this. But
yeah,
because it gets the 26th, but it's like 12:35 in the morning. So
okay,
yeah, but we'll see. If I get that business class upgrade, especially on their brand new Airbus A350, I'll be very, very happy because those seats look sick.
Yeah, I've heard that like drinking before a flight helps. But the last time I was going to get on a plane was like 2023, and there was like a rain delay. And so like before the rain delay, like we had a little bit of time. So I went to the airport bar and I got like a drink or two. And I was like, yeah, like maybe this will like help me with my nerves. But no, I just got buzzed and then I was still nervous on top of that. So it was like 10 times worse. It was like, okay, like I'm just gonna have a panic attack and I'm drunk at the same time.
Yeah, see that. I guess it's all different people because the getting drunk method actually works for Nicole. Like she actually will feel way less nervous if she's drunk. So she doesn't want to. You don't want to do it all the time because the other thing about drinking on planes, and this is why I try not to go too crazy. Like it can really make you even more dehydrated when being on a plane already makes you dehydrated. So I try not to go too crazy. But for her, it's like I can either be drunk and dehydrated or I can be nervous. So a lot of the times she chooses to be drunk and dehydrated, which, I get it. But let's get to the first show here, which is the All Japan Oudou Tournament Finals from Korakuen Hall this past Monday, September 15th. So this show did a sellout of 1,469. I don't know if this show is going to sell out if not for the incredibly tragic news that we of course talked about a couple weeks ago with Taishin Nagao's passing. What I remember seeing, and I heard some Japanese fans talking about this on Twitter, is the ticket sales picked up a lot after they announced that they were going to do the tribute to Nagao at the start of the show. And I guess it makes sense, if you were like a fan of his and you want to be there to see, say goodbye to him. The 10 bell salute they did. But yeah, it may have been a bit of a ticket mover for All Japan, which is, obviously not the way anyone wanted to move tickets, but it seems like it did probably help them. It was up a ton from their last show, which was at Korakuen, which was 983 for the Royal Road Tournament opener on August 24th. But yeah, I would call this a good show. There were two matches in particular that were really good. And All Japan, obviously, besides the fact that they've had a bad week in a lot of ways with the incredibly tragic death. I mean, the tournament itself, if you talked about extensively on this podcast, was not good. So they did at least have a good ending to the tournament. So that is something. It opened up. I should ask, I guess, before we get into it, did you see the Oudou tournament before this? And do you disagree with my assessment that it was not very good?
So I did end up watching the whole thing. I was advised to not watch the undercards, but I did against better discretion. I thought the undercards were all right for most of the tournament. I think the biggest hang up for me was the Ren Ayabe match with Zion that went like 25 minutes. It felt like,
Yeah.
yeah. No, it was not a good tournament. I think All Japan is very fresh to me right now. Like this was the first time that I had subscribed to the All Japan streaming service. So I watch a big show once, every couple months or something like that. So I think my bias is skewed a little bit on the positive side just because like all the bits and all the stuff that they had done I hadn't seen or overexposed myself to. So it felt fresher to me than it would like the average All Japan watcher.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of All Japan fans are a little jaded right now because there is a lot of comedy, and a lot of it is not what I would call super funny comedy either. Like I'm not against comedy in wrestling, but I love DDT, and I like a lot of the Tokyo Joshi comedies we're going to talk about. I just think a lot of the All Japan comedy isn't really that funny. So that probably does like the stuff with with the what's it called stable with the Koto Goon, they can be pretty funny. So that they're probably the funniest part of the All Japan comedy. But like a lot of the stuff that like Yuma Aoyagi does is not very funny. And a lot of like the other like undercard comedy is just kind of like, I don't know, just feel a lot of the times it feels like goofiness for the sake of goofiness. So I think that does kind of turn people off, especially longer time viewers who remember when All Japan wasn't like that. But I can see why for a newer viewer, maybe it's not quite as annoying. The opener, the All Asia Tag Title match, the Aoyagi brothers, speaking of Yuma Aoyagi, they lost the All Asia titles here on their very first attempt at defense to the team of Musashi and Seki Yoshioka. It was Musashi pinning Atsuki Aoyagi in 1502. So, yeah, this was their first attempt at defense, even though they won them all the way back from Yuma Anzai and Rising Hayato on June 15th in Kyoto. So that match happened quite a while ago, but they hadn't had a chance to make a defense before this, which, you see that happen sometimes in Japan with these belts, especially, you've had the Oudou tournament going all this time, and Yuma was also busy with the heavyweight tag titles, which he also lost. So now he's gone from being a double tag champion to no more tag champion. So this did have a lot of goofy stuff with the comedy, comedy Yuma doing the whole pop and light routine. The crowd did love it. I mean, that's the one thing you have to say is like the live crowds almost always love this stuff. But once Yuma tagged out to his brother, I thought there was a lot of good action with Atsuki against the other two juniors. So, in between like the Yuma goofball routine, there was a lot of really good action in this match. Yuma then came back in. He tried for the Styles Clash. He couldn't hook the arms with his legs and just gave up. I actually did kind of get a kick out of that spot. That was kind of funny. There was one commentator who had this really annoying laugh at all of Yuma's antics. And I was just like, who the fuck is that who keeps laughing like this? I'm like, look, I have an annoying laugh too, so I can feel bad for somebody else who has an annoying laugh. But like, he was just doing it over and over and over again whenever Yuma would do anything. Like Yuma would breathe and this commentator would laugh really hard. And later on, during intermission, when they actually cut to the commentators while they were talking, I discovered the commentator with the annoying laugh was Rei Saito. So I felt really bad at that point because it's like, I love Rei Saito, but like, he was just so annoying with this laugh especially during this match. But yeah, I was just like, like over and over again. And I was like, Ray, come on, you got to give us a break here. But yeah, there's a really, really fun stretch run at the end. And Musashi ended up getting the pin on Atsuki. I went 3 3/4. I thought this was very good. Even a little bit of the Yuma comedy stuff made me laugh towards the end. and not like Ray Saito, but I did get a kick out of it. And the actual in-ring action between the comedy was really good. So very good match. Second best match on the whole show, really.
Yeah, no, I had it at 3 3/4 as well. The comedy spot that popped me the most was the right before the hot tag. I forget which one of the Aoyagis it was, but they were pulling out the beard hairs, I believe, of it was either Musashi or Seiki Yoshioka. But yeah, snatching the beard hairs out right before.
Yeah, that would have been Yoshioka. I'm almost positive. He has that scraggly beard.
Yeah, yeah. No, I thought that was good. Yeah, it was my second highest rated match of the show, but yeah, it was a fantastic match. I do have to ask though, for you, what is worse? Is it Ray Saito's laugh or the young lady yelling out Daga?
Oh, it's not even close. Definitely the young lady yelling Daga.
Yeah, as a personal rib to you, she is at every show now.
Okay, I don't know how much people know about Japanese geography. This woman, I was gonna wait obviously till we get to know it to get to it. She followed fucking Daga from the ends of the earth. I mean, went all the way down to Kumamoto at the very southern tip of Japan's most western island of Kyushu, all the way back up to every single show in between to fucking Utsunomiya today, which is to the northeast of Tokyo. So she had to take the Shinkansen basically on like 4 different lines to get there. Assuming that's what she was doing to follow them along. So she took the Tokaido Shinkansen all the way to the end of Honshu, took the Kyushu Shinkansen all the way south to the bottom of Kyushu, doubled back and did it all over again to get back to Tokyo, and then had to switch lines again to get from Tokyo to Utsunomiya to the northeast into Tohoku. So this woman, I don't even know how to compare it to American geography, because first of all, we don't have trains that actually work. But it'd be like if she basically just did like a fucking grand tour of the entire country, practically. I'm just like to go to these shows and yell for Daga of all people, fucking Daga, just incredibly baffling. Like she has to be dating him or something, right? Like there has to be something else there. She cannot just be a fan.
Yeah, the next time my parents ask me why I'm not married and they don't have grandkids yet, I'm gonna tell them it's because I haven't found a woman that loves me as much as this woman loves Daga.
Daga! And she would do this 50 fucking times in a match, and that might be conservative. And she would do this in some of these matches where no one else was saying anything.
Absolutely.
There were these matches in these buildings that were fucking dead. It was not as bad on today's show because his match against Kaito, the crowd was actually into it in general. So she was like one person yelling out of 100. But on some of these other smaller shows where Daga was in the opener or something and nobody cared, she was the only voice you heard. And it was over and over and over again. It's yes, we get it. You like Daga. It was just okay, enough, lady. But there you go. The Daga Yeller. Definitely more annoying than Ray Saito, that is for sure. Match number 2, the Royal Road semifinal. Kento Miyahara defeats Daisuke Sekimoto in 5:07. Daisuke started this out as a house of fire. He was just hitting these repeated lariats in the corner. Hit this standing splash for a 2 count. It sent Kento rolling to the floor to escape. He came right back with a couple good drop kicks in the ring. The pace slowed down a little bit from the torrid start, and then Kento just kind of rolled him up out of nowhere for the pin. It was enjoyable while it lasted. I went 3 1/4. The finish just felt very abrupt and also wasn't the smoothest looking cradle I'd ever seen either. But the opening part of this match was so great, and again, it was the match was so short in general anyway. So I thought still 3 1/4 worthy. They kept both of these matches short, but especially this one, given that they're both working. The winners obviously had to work in the final and the main event. Actually, there's a great question for you as a wrestler. Have you ever had to work multiple matches in one night?
I have. The most I've ever done is 3 in one night, and it was 2 on one show, and then I got in my car and drove an hour, and then did another show after that.
Making towns.
Exactly.
But I mean, I assume even 2 on the same show it's like a cardio thing, right? Like you have to have really good cardio to do that.
Well, not to brag on like my cardio, but like I do like a lot of running, which
Mm.
yeah, I do a lot of running. I did this whole thing this year for the G1, and this is a tangent. I'll cut myself off. But I did this thing for the G1 this year. It was like my third year doing it, where like for every day of the G1, I ran a 5K, like a day that they ran a show. And then I did like one extra one. So it ended up being like 25Ks in like less than 30 days. Um, so it's a good way to get your cardio up.
Yeah.
But
Well, it doesn't
I,
sound like you have any issue with it then.
yeah, no, it hasn't really been an issue. Um, yeah, I always find that my second match, if I'm wrestling twice in a night or like more, I find that my second match is better
Hmm.
because I'm like the adrenaline's already going and I'm like prepared, I'm warmed up, I've taken the bumps, like I'm stretched out and I'm ready to go. So yeah, I don't know. I wasn't quite as high on this as you were. I went like 2.25. And I think
Wow.
most of that was just like disappointment because I wanted so much more. Um,
Hmm.
I was just really excited for Sekimoto, and I thought like his earlier stuff in the tournament was really good. And so I wanted them to go a little bit longer and give us just a little bit more. And it just felt sort of like a nothing match to me with, like you said, the cradle out of nowhere. So yeah, I mean, like I get it though. If you're gonna give us like a long finals, like it makes sense to go short though. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you watch Marigold, but the two finalists of the Dream Star last week, Miku Aino and Victoria Yuzuki, I thought they really struggled with their second match, doing the second match in the same night. Like they both um just didn't seem to have, like they both were blown up pretty quick in their final, I thought. But they also both worked their first match at such an incredible pace, especially Victoria. And that match she had up against Mayu, where like they went fucking crazy for 15 straight minutes, basically. That, I guess that's the other part of it. Is maybe they just didn't pace themselves well enough in the first match.
yeah, I try and watch Marigold when I can, but the Dream Star, which is a whole nother subject, that tournament that went like almost 2 months, I couldn't keep up.
No, I get it. I didn't either. I only just came in for the final night. Match number 3, the second of the two semifinals. Ryuki Honda defeated Ren Ayabe in 908. Early on, I thought this was pretty pedestrian. I was spending more time in the Discord, coming up with a tall but soft interpromotional unit with a friend of the show, Odd Jobs. We came up with Ren Ayabe, Lady C from Stardom, Yuki Onaya from DDT, maybe Chika Goto from Marigold. She might actually be too strong for this unit. She might be too. She has like goofy spirit, but she might be a little too physically strong for this unit. But yeah, that may be the 4 people, the tall but very goofy / very soft group. Ren Ayabe would definitely be in the mix for that. The crowd, though, they were very into this, I will say, even though the work wasn't doing a ton for me, in the first half. The second half, I thought it did pick up a bit. There was this nice lariat from Honda for a 2 count, and then he followed that up with the big power bomb for the win. I ended up going gentleman's 3 on it. I thought it was fine. It could have been better. It could have been worse. It just kind of existed. Wasn't I would say above average. A fine little match. Definitely the second half a lot better than the first half.
Yeah, I love Ayabe's finish, like that spinning Falcon Arrow type deal that he does. Like
Mm-hmm.
he's got a lot of intensity on that, and if he could capture that and like just spread it out throughout an entire match, I think we really have something there. It's just yeah, getting him to like sell or like just engage with anything is the perpetual struggle with him.
Actually, that's brings up a question I could ask you. What is your finish and how'd you pick it?
So that's an interesting question because I normally lose. Uh, and then if I win, it's usually by cheating. So um, I've used I've used like a combination DDT finish where like I'll do like a regular DDT and then I'll roll through with it, and then I'll do like an execution style DDT where I kind of take the guy off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
And then like one guy told me, hey, that looks like dog shit. Don't ever do that again. So I haven't really used that. I've done like a corner cannonball into like an elbow drop off the second rope because I don't like going to the top rope because of my aforementioned fear of heights. And that one also just didn't look good. So usually my finishes are like schoolboy foot on the ropes, small package foot on the ropes. If I've got to beat you with a move, I do like a diving DDT, like a Yoshinobu Kanemaru style, like diving DDT, or like a Michinoku driver.
Yeah, the diving DDT is always it's a cool one. I was trying to think like, what would I want my finish to be if I was a wrestler? I don't know, because I feel like if it was anything with a head drop, I would be scared shitless that I would injure the other person. I wouldn't want to do it, because like all the coolest moves are all like the most dangerous ones to do, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
So it's like, do you want to be thinking the entire time, hey, I might break the other opponent's neck? Like a Michinoku driver is kind of a cool one, and it doesn't seem that dangerous unless you like do it like they did on the Marigold show last week, where Maria fucking killed. What the fuck's her name? I can't remember. The Chiaki, I think, and just like dropped her right on her dome. But I guess normally it looks like it's going to be a head drop, but it ends up being more of a slam, right? When you actually do it.
Yeah, it depends on the person taking it. Like I've given it to people where it's more just like I do a body slam and sit out with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I was giving it to one guy one time, and so I'm about like 185, 195, like somewhere in there. And this guy was like a little bit bigger than me. I think he was like 210-ish. And so I was going to give it to him. And so I'm going for the slam portion of it. And as I'm sitting out, he is still like he hadn't tucked his head as I'm already like going down with it. And I'm in like, oh shit, like panic mode because this man is looking face down at the mat. And so like I tuck his head and then he goes to like tuck his head naturally at the last second. But that one was one that like scared me to death because I'm like, dude, if you don't tuck your head, like you're gonna go face down and like take it like a Styles Clash or something. And so yeah, but like most of the time it's fine. I mean, most of the time I do the Michinoku, I'm doing it on people that are smaller than me or like my size anyways. So like I've got control the whole time. But like if you want to get dumped on your head on a Michinoku, you can find a way.
Yeah, well, Chiaki definitely found the way, that's for sure. But yeah, it's just because but at least that one, like I said, it feels like you can normally would take it more as like a slam than like a head drop. Have you ever, okay, here's a great, that actually gives another great question. Have you ever taken any of like the big head drop moves?
So I've never taken like a pile driver. There was one time it was like a quasi botch. Like this dude told me he was going to give me a suplex and he gets me up for it. And like, I think what he meant to say was, I'm going to do a stalling suplex, but he didn't say like stalling suplex or like stay with me or anything like that. So I was expecting to go like straight up and straight down like a normal suplex, but he gets me up and he's trying to like hold me, but he's not like strong enough to hold me for a regular suplex. And so I'm kind of throwing myself down and he's like barely able to hold me to stall it. So it ends up being like a brain buster. But like, if you remember like 2005, like Ring of Honor, like Vordell Walker, the way that he used to do brain busters, where it was like straight up, straight down, and you don't know how he's not killing the person. That's kind of how it ended up being. So
it sounds like the fans there were probably like, "Whoa, sick!"
No, see, that's the thing. That was the worst pop. Is like it didn't even get a pop. It was just like, oh, he killed him on that. And in the cover, he's like, kick out, do your finish or something. I'm like, all right, man, fuck, whatever. Like, I almost just broke my neck on this brain buster. Like, whatever. I'll hit my my shitty DDT combo and win.
That's funny. The fact it didn't even get a pop, I feel like, is the real disappointment. But
I'll send it to you on Discord. I've got the clip isolated. I've got it like titled in my laptop as like "I almost died" or something.
That's awesome. Match number 4, we had the team of Kuroshio Tokyo Japan, Seigo Tachibana, Davey Boy Smith Jr., and Naruki Doi, which, first of all, Doi and especially Davey Boy coming out to the freaking Ikemen music, one of the highlights of the show. It was great. They defeated the Okoto army, so Okoto Omori, Kumarashi, and then also Ryo Inoue and the kidnapped. Actually, who did they kidnap? They kidnapped Ryo Inoue. Shota Kofuji was just here also, I think. But yeah, this was a a good, fine little 8-man tag. Everybody in this match is very over. There were these dueling, Anaki chants for Tachibana and Inoue chants at the start, and then a huge Hokoto chant when he tagged in against Jiro. So, this is the kind of, I feel like a wrestler must dream of being this over to a crowd, right?
Yeah, Kuroshio Tokyo Japan is an influence on me.
There was this one moment too where Ikemen got so tired of Hokoto blowing the little kisses to him in the crowd, they just made out with him. That was very funny, and the crowd loved that, obviously.
Yeah.
But there's some pretty good action at the very end with Doi and Kofuji. He just slapped the shit out of him and then tapped him out with a Boston Crab. So yeah, perfectly fun little undercard tag here. 3 stars. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, fun little match.
Actually, okay, I'm just love these wrestler questions now. Obviously Japanese wrestling is very stiff. I would assume you don't do a ton of that, but if you do, I guess feel free to tell me. Like, what do you guys do for strikes? Do you just hit each other sometimes? Is like a thing you talk about for the match?
So the way that I kind of describe it to people is like the wrestling that I watch is not per se the wrestling that I do. Like I watch mostly New Japan and Noah and just assorted Japanese promotions. But like when you're working, like I've worked shows in a tattoo parlor in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, that were like it was a no ring show. So we were just wrestling on like the concrete floor, right? I've wrestled in a public library in a rural community in Tennessee. Um, so the places that I wrestle, like they're not AEW watchers, and for sure they're not New Japan watchers, or like cultural touchstones of Japanese wrestling. So like I listen to Nirvana in that way, and I'm playing Freebird. So the stuff that I watch is not the stuff that I do. So I don't do like a whole lot of strikes. I can do like a half decent chop sometimes. And
Yeah, because the chops are pretty universal, like Southern wrestling.
yeah, like chop exchanges are not bad. I'd say I do them, maybe 40-50% of the time. Like not often, but often enough. But anything more than like punches and stuff, we don't really do elbows down here. Yeah, me mentioning like I'm a smaller guy. So anytime I've done elbows and stuff in the past, I've usually gotten like receipts for those. So at this point in my career, I'm like, I'm all right not getting my fandom out and throwing elbows. I'm good with a couple of chops and I'll be fine. So
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I was thinking about like the slaps to the face. I'm like, do they just start slapping each other down there ever?
I do a slap like every once in a while, but most of the time, I mean, if you're gonna do a slap, you've got to be prepared for like, hey, it's gonna come back to you at some point. But B, like just aim for the neck and just keep it as safe as you can. Keep it off the
Yeah,
guy's jaw, keep it off his ear, because that's how you'll get into hot water. Is like wrestling a guy that's been in the business 15 years and you pop him in the ear one good time, you're not going to leave, without a mark on you after that.
yeah, no, it makes total sense. Now, is there anybody in your scene who maybe one of these veterans who's like, I don't know, the grumpy, I will just beat you up if I feel like it type veteran? You don't have to name. You don't have to name. You don't have to name names either. I'm just curious if that's an archetype down there.
Yes, yeah. There's a lot of that down here. I think it was like my third match ever that I had. I was wrestling a guy that was like maybe 350 or so, and I was doing like some forearms to him, and he got me in the corner after that, and he started like broad arming me with like the outside like point of his elbow to give me like forearms back. And I was just like, oh, he's just being a little stiff ski. But then after like the third one, he hit me and like my vision started going out a little bit. I was like, all right, so like he's doing something here. And then he leans in and yells, "Them forearms feel real good, don't they, boy?" And I was like, oh, this is 100% like this is a receipt. So I just sat there and kind of took my medicine on that and learned to be a little bit more careful with my placement on forearms. Which, in fairness to me, this man's neck was probably the size of my waist, so I didn't think I was doing anything. So, but apparently he felt, to the contrary. But I've also heard outside stories that he just, kind of had that attitude. So I was like, all right, you live and you learn, just move on.
Right. Match number 5 was Hideki Suzuki, Kengo Mashimo, and Hikaru Sato, defeating Shotaro Ashido, Zion, and Odyssey in 11:01. Hideki pinning Zion. Before that, actually, we got the World Tag League announcements, which were, we got half the field, including some of these people here. So Hideki and Kengo, who are the current World Tag Team Champions, Havoc, Zion, and Odyssey, Hakoto-gun, Hakoto Omori and Kuma Arashi, Musashi and Seki Yoshioka, the new All-Asian Tag Champions, will be in it, despite not being heavyweights. Kento Miyahara and Davey Boy Smith Jr. will be reforming their team, and we also get the team of Dekai Wasegi, which just means like tall people, I think, or something. That's Ren Ayabe and Talos. So Talos is coming back, but this time he'll be teaming with fellow tall man Ren Ayabe in this tournament, not with Hakoto-gun. So there you go. For some reason, though, we're not getting the other 6 teams until October 22nd. So we have half the field here. I will say the half of the field we have does not make me think I have to see the All Japan World Tag League this year, but we'll see what the other half is like, I guess, before I make a final decision. But yeah, it's not the most exciting lineup so far. Do you have any thoughts about the half the lineup?
I've heard that Ayabe and Talos as a tag team are pretty good. I haven't seen any of their stuff myself, but I know some of the other Voices of Wrestling podcasts have mentioned that Talos kind of he's got good chemistry with Ayabe. So I don't know. I guess there's a little bit of potential there, but no, nothing that really personally like jumps off the screen.
Yeah, I don't know. So, wait, they started teaming before he left? I don't remember that.
I think so. I think they had at least like one match together, or maybe it was a singles.
Oh yeah, they had one match at the very and it says here in they had a singles match against each other, Oda Ward. Yeah, that was in the August 3rd show. I didn't see, and they teamed up in one match. I don't know if this aired. I guess it did air. They had one match together against Daisuke Sekimoto and Ryuki Honda on August 10th in Nagano. So yeah, I didn't see that one. The one match they had as a team together. And then after that, Talos went back to America for a while. He was wrestling in, it looks like in Oklahoma and Illinois and Texas. And then now he's going to come back to Japan for the tag league, apparently. So there you go. But yeah, that's they did team once together. So that'll be interesting to see. I didn't see the tag team match last time. So we'll see how these two tall gentlemen do as a team together. But yeah, the 6-fan tag, again, the Baka no Jidai team won it. It was like, I don't know, it was kind of a weird match. It was like Hideki was like beating everybody up at ringside with a towel for some reason, like more of that kind of goofy All Japan comedy. But it ended with like this big long slugfest between Hideki and Zion before Hideki just fell on top of Zion for the pin. And the way they hugged afterwards, and the camera zoomed in on Taishin's photo at ringside, that was clearly supposed to be a tribute of sorts. And we did hear repeatedly that Zion was very close with the kid. Like, he was really, really close to Taishin. So, the tribute spot was neat. The match itself, I just thought was kind of there, like 2 3/4. It was all right.
Yeah, I don't know. My opinion on this has gone back and forth. My notes read, and I quote, "This match made me uncomfortable. Worst match of the year so far." I don't know. What do you It's a tough question to phrase, but I don't know. The Taishin thing.
Uh-huh.
It was like they wanted you to see that, and they wanted you to know that Zion was doing the tribute to Taishin, because his constant looking up at the ceiling, like looking to the heavens. There was one specific camera shot where they started in close and you could see the picture of Taishin next to Zion, and then they started panning wide. So it was clear they wanted you to see that image together. I don't know. I think I've softened on it a little bit since I wrote those notes. Just hearing other people talk about it and the relationship between Zion and Taishin, I think just when I was watching it created like an uncomfortable kind of feeling to me, because I don't want to feel like I'm being worked. And some of it to me in the moment felt a bit more like we're capitalizing on this situation to create an emotional reaction from the fan base.
No, I totally see how you could read it that way. I kind of just read it more as like they wanted to do this as a private little thing because he was actually close with him. But I guess it could go either way, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, I felt really uncomfortable from that perspective, but then kind of learning more about the relationship between Zion and Taishin, it's like I feel a little bit better. But I will say, like doing those tribute spots and invoking that imagery, excuse me, and seeing Hideki just hit the elbow and then fall on Zion for the pin, that to me just felt really anticlimactic. Like if you're going to do something like this, I feel like you have to go all the way with it. And so with the announcement afterwards, of the card coming up on like what, the 25th or the 26th, and Havoc challenging for the tag titles, it makes me feel like they can't lose that match.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they were ever going to anyway, but who knows? I guess we'll see.
Yeah,
It's actually it's the 23rd, by the way. That's the Taichikawa show. But yeah, it's coming up in a couple of days. Actually, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll cover that next week. I didn't have that in my rundown, but it is kind of a big show. Have to get at Aramutha, who he'll love that. He loves his All Japan. But yeah, so there's your Hideki, your World Tag Team Title preview match there. Then we got to match 6, which was Jun Saito, Yuma Anzai, and Rising Hayato defeating Suwama, Dan Tamura, and Naya Nomura. It was Jun Saito pinning Tamura in 11:57 with the jackhammer. This was pretty good. I liked they did a lot of crowd brawling. Suwama, like, he grabbed a Rising Hayato towel and then choked Hayato with his own merch. I thought that was pretty funny. They did some pretty, there was some pretty fun action when it got back in the ring after the big outside brawl. There were some little dives, and Dan even managed to take it to Jun Saito over a little bit. And they traded some very hard headbutts before Jun hit this big choke slam on him. Tamura kicked out, and then Jun put him away with the jackhammer. Enjoyable little match here. 3 1/4. I had a good time with it.
I even went a little bit higher. I went 3.5. I don't know. I'm growing into Jun Saito. I'm starting to really, really get behind him. I from what I understand, it feels like it's about the time for his title run to come to an end, because he's.
I think he's gonna lose. He's gonna lose it. Yeah.
It sounds like the right decision, but He had a match with Seigo Tachibana, I believe, on one of the undercards that I thought was a really good match during the tournament. So yeah, that was my note. I'm really coming around on Jun Saito, and that Dan Tamura's hair is just very distracting.
What about his hair is distracting? Does it look weird?
Uh, it just like how wet it is, but how it like stays in
Ah,
place. Like it seems like he uses like a lot of hairspray. Like I don't know. I'd just be curious to see like what he uses in his hair because it's very
yeah.
stiff, but it's like always greasy.
He loves that whatever he uses that hairspray. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
The main event, the Odo tournament final, Kento Miyahara defeats Ryuki Honda in 1811 to win his 12th Kings Road tournament. So this was really good. I mean, the pace of this, they headed after they went to the outside. They did, it was like started out early, a little bit slow. They go to the outside. They do some pretty fun brawling. They just worked really hard. Some really nice forearm exchanges. There were some big spears from Honda. He was getting the best of Kento throughout the match. I figured he was probably losing, which obviously did end up happening. The crowd was just like losing their shit. So that always does help a match when the crowd's going this crazy. Kento countered Honda as he was trying to go for the power bomb. He hit him with this blackout knee, but then Honda just destroyed him with this enormous lariat. That got a 2 count. He set him up in the corner for the big one-arm power bomb, and he hit it, but Kento kicked out at 2 again. He stopped him hitting another lariat with another blackout knee. He tried to get him, and he shut down German. He gets the arms locked after a struggle, but Honda escaped it in midair, only for a second, though, before Kento then did hit it for the pin. So, this was an awesome fucking match. Easily the best match of the tournament. 4 1/4. The two of them just it was a classic Kento performance, which he didn't really have a lot of in this tournament before this. So it was good to see here because I thought some people really liked his opening night match with, God, who the fuck did he beat at the opening night? Now I can't even remember. Who the fuck did he
It's not
beat in
going to
that?
come to me either.
Yeah, I'm just looking up because I'm trying to picture in my head and I cannot picture who the fuck he beat. So let's just find out. But yeah, there was some match he had in the opening night that I thought was really disappointing. And I just cannot remember who the fuck it was against. But yeah, then he had the match with Nomura later on that I was not really into at all. And he just did not have a great tournament in my opinion. But
Yeah.
it was what Kengo Mashimo. So
Oh.
because I think they had a match in the champion card, but was really good, which made it even more confusing. Unless I'm remembering that wrong, they were in different blocks. But yeah, so it was like more of a classic Kento performance here. And Honda, I mean, he's sort of All Japan's like always the bridesmaid. He got to the Champion Carnival semifinals this year, where he beat Kento. Oh no, he beat Kento because I think, right? Didn't he beat Kento in the semifinal? Now I'm like downing myself here about everything. I think he beat Kento in the Champion Carnival semifinal and then lost to Rei Saito in the final. I think that's what happened. It could have been the other way around. Kento beat him and then Rei Saito beat Kento, but I think it was Honda beating Kento. But it's the third year in a row where Honda lost in the final of this tournament. So he lost to Kojima in 2023 after he beat Kento in the quarterfinal that year. He lost to Ren Ayabe in 2024 after he beat Kento in the semifinals. And now here he gets Kento in the finals and he loses to him. So he beats this guy twice in a row in the earlier rounds and can't win the tournament. And here he loses to Kento now in the final. So, he is eventually, I guess he's going to win one of these things probably. But, it did not happen this year. Kento did beat him. But yeah, awesome match, 4 1/4. What did you think of this one?
I gave it 4 1/4 as well. That's what you're telling me about him beating Kento the last 2 years. That's good long-term storytelling that it's a win for Kento to finally overcome Honda in like a weird way. But then it also sets up Honda for like what you were saying about always the bridesmaid, never the bride. So yeah, I think you got to pull the trigger with him next year, and he finally gets it. I think the reaction to that will be awesome. But yeah, I like Honda. I like Honda a lot. He's got a really unique presence. There's not really anybody that looks like him in wrestling right now. The way he moves, like his whole appearance, everything. I think it was really solid. And yeah, it seems like an uptick for All Japan from what I've heard. It seems like they're going like in a good direction. Like they've got a lot of stuff set up that they can pay off later.
So, okay, to correct myself, and this is why I started second guessing myself when I had that terrible moment on air where you're like, am I right about this? So Honda did lose to Kento in the Champion Carnival semifinal this year, and then it was Kento that lost to Rei Saito in the final. So Kento had paid back Honda already because he beat him in the Champion Carnival semifinal, and then he just beats him here again. So that was interesting. But yeah, I don't know. So is it the All Japan direction? I don't know, because it's like they feel like there's stuff they could do, but on the other hand, it feels like a lot of the stuff they could do they've done already. Like Yuma Anzai's already been champion. He's returned. He's returning, and he's going to be on this show in Tachibana. So like or Tachikawa, I should say. So like, but like him getting back to the title as like their young guy, I mean, he's already been champion. So I don't know if that really feels like a big deal. I mean, everybody has they just have such a limited upper card and such a limited roster in general that everybody kind of has already beaten everybody. I mean, it really feels like Ryoki Honda winning the big one is like their next big thing. And it also feels like they're not sure if that's going to really take, which is why they might be delaying it for so long. But they might also just be delaying it for so long because, like, what else do you do after that? Because they have, so little depth on top, and they don't have a ton of other people on the way either. So yeah, it is an interesting. They have interesting stuff set up. A lot of it is stuff they've done already in the past. So it'll be interesting to see where they go from here. That actually transitions well to quickly looking at the next show, which is that Tuesday, September 23rd show at Arena Taichikawa. So that show on this coming Tuesday will have Jun Saito defending against the Royal Road winner, Kento Miyahara. I do expect Kento to win. I do think it's time to give Jun Saito, give a rest as Jun Saito reign. And Kento, at least, has not been champion in a while. I mean, his last time holding the Triple Crown, off the top of my head, I can't even remember the last time he won it. I want to say it was 2023, and I'm going to look it up now so I don't give inaccurate information. So yeah, the last time he held it was 2023 because he won it September 2022. He lost it to Yuji Nagata February 2023, and he has not won it back since then. So it will feel a little fresh, I think, if he wins. I mean, it's been like 2.5+ years since he last held the title. And then you do have other directions you can go from there. You can do, you can have Kento, put over Anzai. You can have Kento put over Honda finally, in like a title match. You can have Kento put over Yuma Aoyagi if you want to go back in that direction, who also hasn't held the belt for a while now. So they will have options. I'll be very interested in seeing what the New Year's Eve main event will be. I hope to God, and this is me, being a bit of a doomer here, I guess. Please don't do Kento versus Davey Boy as the New Year's Eve main event. Like, I hope to God we're not going to Kento wins the title, Kento and Davey Boy do the tag league together, and then like either Davey Boy finally does turn heel or he just challenges him at the end of the tag league. I hope that's not where we're going, because that would be like such a disappointing New Year's Eve main event where like I don't even know if I want to go to All Japan's New Year's Eve show at that point. But yeah, there's a lot of options they have. I just hope they don't go with what in my opinion would be the worst possible one. But yes, I do expect Kento to win the Triple Crown. Do you feel any differently? Do you think Jun Saito is going to retain?
I've heard arguments for Jun Saito retaining and dropping it on the New Year's Eve show, but I'm with you. I do feel like Kenta's going to win it. Yeah, I don't know. So like,
it would be Jun's 8th defense, which is like just a lot in this promotion.
Yeah, is like how close is that to an all-time record? Because that's got to be getting like up there.
That is a great question. Let's see, Triple Crown title,
which is insane.
Because back in the day they didn't do this many defenses. in like, and I don't think it's the all-time record, but there's no way it's not. Yeah, he would be 2 away. So the record right now is tied. It's held by Toshiaki Kawada, his title reign that he held in 2003, that started September 2003, and look, he's going to do it in a lot less days if he does do it, because he's at this was the Kawada one was at 529 days. So obviously that's well over a year. So you're talking about he held that belt from September 2003 all the way to February 2005. So that was the one where he held it we made 10 defenses. The other holder of that record is Kento Miyahara in one of his title reigns. So that was the one I guess people would consider one of his signature reigns, where he won it in October 2018. And he also held it for well over a year. He held it till March 2020 before he lost it to Suwama, right before I guess that'd be, I don't know if that was right before the world shut down or actually after the world shut down. That was a no fan show or something. But yeah, so that's that's what happened with Kento losing to Suwama. So he'd be 2 defenses away from the record. Now, interestingly, he could be in 3rd place by himself if he makes exactly 2 more defenses, because it goes 10-10 and then 8-8-8. Because Misawa has 8 from 97, Kojima has 8 from 2005, and Kento has 8 from 2016. So those 3 reigns are also 8 defenses. So if he could make exactly 2 more defenses, if he retains here and then makes maybe 1 more defense and then loses it at New Year's Eve, maybe he is going to win. Because that would be another hook for New Year's Eve, right? Because then you could say going into New Year's Eve, okay, so you give this defense would be number 8. You can easily just do 1 more defense before New Year's Eve, because you don't have to do 2 more since you have the Real World Tag League, so that you could have him going to New Year's Eve looking to tie the all-time record. So yeah, maybe they do that. I might have just talked myself out of Kento winning, but yeah, I don't know. That's we'll see, I guess, if they go that angle. But yeah, I still think Kento's going to win. But that would be an interesting angle for the New Year's Eve show at Yoyogi to do the which is their biggest show of the year. So they could say, here's Jun Saito trying to go a full year as champion, and he's trying to tie the record of Kawada and Kento at 10 defenses. So they could do that, but I guess we'll have to see. The semi-main, where I definitely think we will probably see a title change because they're pushing them so hard, is Hideki Suzuki and Kengo Mashimo defending the World Tag titles against Zion and Odyssey. Unfortunately, I do think Zion and Odyssey will win that, but what are you going to do? Then you also have Atsuki Aoyagi making his first attempted junior title defense against Musashi. Do not think Aoyagi is in any danger of losing. I do think he'll probably win that, but then you have Yuma Anzai and Ryuki Honda against Yuma Aoyagi and Naoya Nomura, which that would be a fresh. If Nomura's sticking around, him going for the title will be a fresh direction. So I guess there's one possible fresh direction for All Japan, but obviously that depends a lot on whether or not he will stay around. So there's a Gaora TV title battle royal. Did you know about this? I think I heard this and totally forgot about it. So Takashi is defending against Hokuto Omori, Kumarashi, Aizawa number 1, Ikemen, Kurosho, Tokyo, Japan, Seigo Tachibana, Naruki Doi, Senor Saito, and Kikutaro, of all people. What a lineup there for that TV title battle royal. So, but yeah, it's typical Japanese battle royal rules where you can pin and submit along with the throwing them out. So, but yeah, nothing else really notable. Fuminori Abe is going to be on the show in an 8-man tag. But other than that, just kind of standard All Japan stuff. So yeah, not the most exciting card I've ever seen, but not like, there's stuff on the show that looks decent. So we'll see. That's coming up on Tuesday, again, on AJPW.tv. It's a 2:00 start time. Is that another fucking vacation in Japan? Or another holiday? What is September?
They have so many holidays. I
know, they have so many. Oh, it's autumn equinox day. So there
fantastic.
You go. Yeah, so Tuesday is a national holiday in Japan. So it's a 2:00 start in Japan, a 1 a.m. Eastern time start. I doubt I will stay up for that on a Monday night, but I mean, maybe I'll see like the first couple matches live or something, but probably not the whole show.
What was the last holiday over there? Was it like Respect for the Elderly Day?
Respect for the old people or something. I forget the exact way it translates. It translates like respect for the aged or something, I think. But yeah, basically respect for the elderly. So
That's just crazy to me.
There's like Mountain Day. There's like Ocean Day. I'm trying to think what other one. There's a lot of wacky Japanese holidays, but
yeah. At my last job, we didn't even get Labor Day off. So it's just the idea that people get off for Mountain Day is just I'm envious.
The Emperor's birthday. You get off for the Emperor's birthday. You get off for like but that one always changes, obviously, since it depends on who the emperor is. But
hey, I mean, we might get with that one off over here in a couple years.
Oh, you're probably right. That's probably coming. Or it'll be Charlie Kirk's birthday or something. But yeah. But it's coming probably. But yeah, I get off Columbus Day, which is really funny to me because it's like I work for like a nonprofit in New York City that's like pretty liberal. I'm like, why the fuck do you give us off Columbus Day? It's like, yeah, genocide, woo!
Well, isn't it also Indigenous Peoples Day?
That's true. That's true. I think they do try to spin it like that now. I think on our work calendar it said 1 year we just put Indigenous Peoples Day, and then people got confused if we actually got off. So now after that they started putting Columbus Day / Indigenous Peoples Day, which is even funnier, I think, than just putting Columbus Day. It's like, yes, we're giving this day off for the genocider and the people who are genocided. That's what we're doing.
All right.
So it's very, very 2025 of them. But yeah, we do get that Monday. Because I was counting how many like full work weeks I have left until I leave for Japan. And like this stretch is the longest one between Labor Day and Genocide Day. So, because it's like 5 full weeks. So this one will be my 3rd. Because then after that, I have like, what is it? Like 3 full weeks. And then I'm taking off that Friday for an anime convention. And then I have 1 full week, and then it's Thanksgiving. And then 3 full weeks, and then it's my trip. So this stretch right now is my hardest one with the 5 full work weeks. But hard is still relative because I work at home. So it's not very difficult at all, honestly. But let's move over to Tokyo Joshi Pro, the Wrestle Princess 6 show from the Oudou Ward Gym. This show, unfortunately, only did 1,127 fans. So yeah, not a good draw, this show. But yeah, this is this was the smallest crowd that Tokyo Joshi did at Oudou Ward this year of their 3 shows, which also made it the smallest crowd at Oudou Ward by any promotion so far, because they did 1,384 for Summer Sun Princess back in August, and they did 1,212 for Grand Princess on March 16th. So this show did do less than both of those. I think they got squeezed a little bit probably because there's just been so many big shows, in Oudou Ward between Stardom and Dragon Gate and it's just kind of like, it's kind of far too. It's like a big ask to get people to go out here. So I like seeing them announce that they're going to go back to Ryogoku in next, because they announced that during the show. So they're going to go back to Ryogoku for Grand Princess next year, which will be their first time running Ryogoku since Grand Princess in 2024. So their first time in about 2 years. So that show did 2,349 for a main event of the Miyu Watanabe, her winning her first Princess of Princess title when she beat Miyu Yamashita. And it'll be their 3rd time there total, because they did also run it for Grand Princess in 2022. So they seem to be doing it every other year now. But yeah, that show did 1,714 for a Miyu Yamashita versus Shoko Nakajima main event. So yeah, we'll see what crowd they do next year. I mean, I feel like even if they draw a crowd of 1,700 again, it'll be a crowd that's big enough that they could have fit in Oudou Ward, but that doesn't mean that crowd is what they would have drawn in Oudou Ward for the same card, if you get what I'm saying. Because Ryogoku is much easier to get to than Oudou Ward Gymnasium. Ryogoku's right in the middle of downtown Tokyo. It's like, on a million different train lines. It's very close to all sorts of different areas. And, it's like it's like 3 stops from Korakuen Hall. It's like very, very central Tokyo. Whereas like Oda Ward Gym is like way out in the outskirts of Tokyo, from what I understand. Like it's like, I want to say like 45 minutes or something. So I've actually never gone there myself. So I'm just off the top of my head, I think it's like 45 minutes. So yeah, it's a little bit of a tougher sell for a lot of fans, I think, to go all the way out there. Whereas, the Ryogoku show is a little easier for people to get to, especially if they're like coming from like the northern suburbs, I think. So maybe they'll do a better number in Ryogoku. It is also way more expensive to book though, compared to Oda Ward Gym, which the reason why so many promotions run Oda Ward Gym for like their mid to big size shows is because it's a very cheap building to book, apparently. So, but yeah, that's your little attendance chat before we get into the actual card. Before the show started, we met 3 new trainees, Shion, Henri, and Yuka. So Yuka was only 14 years old. The other 2 did not mention ages, so I assume they're like more normal young adult ages, but I don't know if they gave that. Maybe actually, who would probably have it? Jamie would probably have it, if anything. So let's see if he has any other info on it. No, he didn't. He didn't have anything on the Dramatic DDT blog. He just had their names. So there you go. But yeah, I haven't seen any other details on them. They specifically mentioned that Yuka was 14. The other 2, they didn't mention anything about their ages. Yuka also mentioned that she looks up to Yuki Kamifuku and wants to be a wrestler like her. And again, I don't know her height. But she didn't look 5'8" to me. So it's like, you better have one hell of a growth spur if you want to be a wrestler just like Yuki Kamifuku. But who knows?
We all just want to be wrestlers like Yuki Kamifuku.
I mean, she probably meant like her style or something. But I just thought it was so funny. It's like, well, like Kamiyu is like very famously like tall, so that's like one of the first things you think of with her. So I don't know, just saying you want to be like her, I'm like, well, you better hope you have a late growth spurt, I guess, because otherwise I don't think you're going to be like her. The other big pre-show announcement was they're gonna run a show in Bangkok, Thailand on December 13th. Oh, wow. So the promoter of the Setup Thailand promotion, which is like it's this Thailand promotion that's also very strongly connected to Choco Pro, from what I understand, in Japan. But yeah, the promoter's name is Pumi. He was there. He did English commentary and did some chat about the show. He said during the show when he talked about it, he said he wanted like all the fans to show up, which the other English commentators thought that was funny, the idea of all these fans going to Thailand. But yeah, the setup itself, the promotion from Thailand is running a show in Japan at the Itabashi Tokyo Square that Choco Pro runs a lot. That will happen in November, and it will feature some Tokyo Joshi talent. So there's all your pre-show stuff. There's also, of course, a Up Girls concert, which, is always an interesting way to start a show. So I've talked on the show before about, my partner Nicole's hatred for this promotion. And the fact that they start these shows with these concerts, for some reason, also really offends her. Where she starts insulting it and calling it a My Little Pony ass promotion, as she likes to say. I'm just like, I don't know why singing like annoys her so much on wrestling. I was like, look, the Natsupoi and Sayori show had a lot of singing at the end. For some reason, that didn't seem to annoy her like the singing at all these Tokyo Joshi Pros show does. But yeah, I don't have her in the room right now to get her exact take on why this singing annoys her so much, but she always brings it up. Like, why do they sing at the start of every show? I'm like, I don't know, Nicole. Don't know why they do that. What do you think of the concerts at a wrestling show? How do you feel about that?
So I normally skip the ones in TJPW, but when it comes to DDT and the NWA Junior, I used to always skip those too. And then my friend started like, who's also my manager, like in wrestling. He is like really big into NWA Junior. And so like he just talks about them so casually that I'm like, I should probably like watch that. So it's gotten me into the concerts a little bit more now.
So you have your manager is like also a Japanese wrestling fan? That's so cool.
Yeah, that's actually like kind of how we connected. We just had like some mutual friends and stuff. And we were like on some shows together. And we just started talking one time. It was specifically about the Shiozaki Fujita match in Noah during the pandemic, where they just stared at each other for like 30 minutes. And yeah, we talked about that one night, and then we just became friends and started talking, and one thing led to another, and he started managing me.
Yeah,
So
that is really cool. You guys are like the Puro connection.
yeah, the 16 karat connection, as we occasionally call ourselves when promoters ask us
There you
what to
go.
put on the poster.
So the opener here was Mei Suruga and Uka Takami defeating Suzume and Ren Konatsu. So it was Uda submitting Ren with the Koala Clutch in 12:55. So Ren is one of their newest rookies who just debuted on June 1st. And when I go through these notes, a lot of it's just for me, like when I'm watching, because like I'm not the most regular Tokyo Joshi watcher in the world. I pretty much just watch their big shows. But yeah, she was apparently a big SKE 48 fan who came to a show just because Yuki Arai, who of course used to be in that idol group, was wrestling, and she decided to become a wrestler herself off of that, which is a neat little story. And Suzume, who was her partner here and was also her debut opponent, was someone she also really liked as a wrestling fan, apparently. So it's kind of a cool little connection there. Takami on the other team, another name I'm not super familiar with. She's apparently been wrestling already since March 2024. She's very tiny. She's billed as being 4'11". I'm not even really sure that's true, honestly. But yeah, she's also one of the up girls. But yeah, there was more singing to start the show, though, as May apparently wanted to get on the act with Uda, which I thought was funny. And they were like, really. So one of the announcers here on English was Balian Aki, who of course is very familiar with Mei Suruga from their time together in Choco Pro, and he just loves making fun of her on commentary, which I thought was very funny. And he was really getting on her for insisting on singing, and then especially for being a bad influence on Uda in the match. So like she tagged in at one point, and she just started like repeatedly stomping on poor Ren in the corner, and Uda has this reaction like, "We could do that," and just like really excitedly joins in on stomping her. And May later on was also trying to teach her how to bite opponents later. It was very funny. And they were getting, like I said, Aki on commentary was like very getting on her for being a bad influence on her junior partner. Suzume got the hot tag. She did a nice little hot tag sequence and went into leg locks, which you don't normally see after a hot tag, but she kind of made it work. I liked her leg locks, in between just kind of very casually beating Uda's ass in this match. May did some very impressive ring walking. She was like keeping her balance even with Suzume shaking the ropes, and then she walked backwards. So yeah, May Suruga is one of those wrestlers I almost never I never watch her because I don't really watch Choco Pro. But whenever she pops up in promotions I do watch, I'm always like, damn, she is really good. So, and I saw her have a really awesome match. I want to say it was with Riho, one of my Japan trips, where it was a main event of one of their shows I went to. It was a really, really great match, if I'm remembering correctly. It was definitely her. I might be getting Riho wrong, but I think it was Riho. And they had a really great match on that show. But yeah, there's some very good back and forth action before Uta, like I said, tapped out Ren with the Koala Clutch, which is like this, again, making off of how tiny she is. She's kind of like leaps onto the opponent and just kind of like squeezes them while holding onto them. Just kind of looks pretty. It both looks kind of cool and also looks like it would be really easy to get out of if this was real life. Like you would just stop holding her basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, some very good back and forth action. I enjoyed this quite a bit as the opener. I thought it was like 3 1/4. Enjoyable match here.
Yeah, I went the same. Yeah, the same comment about the submission for the finish. It just looked it looks weak to me, like what you said about like the opponents just kind of holding her up. So I'm not a big fan of submission finishes like that, but they did a lot of really cool cradles and like transitions out of the cradles. I wrote that they did not have to go this hard for an opener.
Yeah, especially Tokyo Joshi.
Yeah, absolutely. For a big Tokyo Joshi Pro show, like you're used to like a multi-woman opener that's, just to get everybody on the card, and they were working really hard. So I thought it was like a very above average opener. I also wrote
I feel like that's going to sound harsh, especially with Tokyo Joshi, but it's just like they tend to have these openers that are just kind of there. So that's kind of what I was thinking. Like this was above the level I was expecting for a Tokyo Joshi opener.
Oh, absolutely. I also wrote that Suzume feels like the most Stardom high-speed wrestler that's not a Stardom high-speed wrestler right now. something about her just feels like you could take her out of TJPW and put her into Stardom, and it wouldn't feel weird.
But yeah, the koala clutch, I feel like it works in Tokyo Joshi more than it would work anywhere else. I will say, at least. I mean, at least this is not a shoot style promotion, that is for sure. So,
right. Sorry would be able to sell that.
Yeah, sorry would not want to sell that. That is for sure. Match 2, the Iron Man Heavy Metalweight title, the timed entry battle royal, which I always enjoy these in DDT or Tokyo Joshi when they happen. And this was another fun one. So the first 2 participants were Pokotan, the current champion, of course, the giant otter mascot, and Shino Suzuki of Up Up Girls. So she's doing like the tour guide gimmick, and basically she grabs Pokotan, she points at the corner, and she's saying like, just ahead, my future as a champion, which I thought was really fucking funny. And then she tries to like throw him into the corner, but Pokotan like took offense and like kicked her ass after that. And then Chika Nanase comes in third. She's been a wrestler since about February. And she tried this was maybe the funniest one of the whole match. She tries to form an alliance with Shino. She's like, okay, we should team up against this giant fucking, otter thing. And Shino looks at her. She looks back at Pokotan. And she's like, you know what, Pokotan, put her here. And she shakes his hand instead. And she's like, she decided he's the better person to have the alliance with. And Chika's like reaction to this is so funny, where she's like, and the two of them team up to kick her ass instead. That was really fucking funny. Raku comes in fourth carrying a pillow. She just lays down in the middle of the ring and falls asleep. The other thing that Cole hates more than anything about this promotion is Raku. She just despises this woman. But yes, Raku sleeping, distracted Pokotan for Chika to roll him up for a 2 count. And then Chika, or was it Raku? One of them punched his head off. I think it was Chika, actually. She punched his head right off, which revealed Dark Side Pokotan, who started doing the impression is so funny here because he's doing a great Muda impression as Dark Side Pokotan, and he does he's doing the posing, he does the Muda elbow, and he does a Shining Wizard, and that gets the first elimination of the match, actually. Pokotan pins Chika Nanase with the Shining Wizard at 8:02 for the first elimination. But he does get his head back on after that.
I thought it was Mifu for a second.
It kind of looked like him, yeah. Mifu Ishida comes in 5th. The Shino Pokotan alliance continues. But she finally betrays him and tries to roll him up. But then Raku teams up with him, but also immediately tries to schoolboy him as well, which he does not like. Ram Kaicho from 666 came in. We want to guess what number she came in? She came in 6, of course. So there you go.
Oh yeah.
She seemed to think that I don't know why this went over my head. For some reason, she thought Pokotan was Raku under there. I was like, I don't understand why, but so the joke apparently is that Ram and Raku are a married couple. They kept calling them husband and wife. I was like, I don't know who the husband is. I guess it's supposed to be. My guess is it's Ram. But either way, I don't know why Ram thought Pokotan was Raku. Did you have any idea why she thought that?
Because when Ram came in, Pokotan did the sleeping motion. Pokotan came over and was pointing at her chest it's me. And then she did the sleep thing. And Ram was like, oh, you're sleepy. That's my wife.
I see. So Pokotan tricked her. I totally missed that. So there you go.
Yeah, you gotta keep an eye on the otters.
But yeah, so the real Raku comes in, and she's in such a rage about this betrayal of her husband that she beats them both up in a rage and pins Pokotan. It looks like she pins Pokotan to win the title, but it was actually Raku's pillow on top. The pillow pinned Pokotan. So Raku's pillow became the 1,767th Iron Man champion in this match. And that also eliminated Pokotan. Raku tries to fight her own pillow, almost pins her own pillow, but it gets broken up. And then all 4 of the wrestlers in the ring are fighting over the pillow. Kira Summer comes in 7th during all this chaos. The pillow ends up on top of Shido and pins her to eliminate her. So the pillow got an elimination on top of that. It was the Raku's pillow. They eliminated Shino Suzuki after Samoan drop from Kira Summer. So there you go. Then Mahiro Kiryu is 8th, and her whole thing is being sorry. And this time, she's sorry she has no idea what's going on in the ring right now. That's what she said, which I was like laughing so hard for that. And she takes the pillow and kneels on it for her apology and almost pins the pillow before the others break it up. That was also funny. The husband and wife team, Ram and Raku, they team back up. They eliminate Mifu over the top. So Mifu does this like cheer that she does, and their faces during the cheering was really, really funny, especially Ram Kaicho's. And then Raku accidentally eliminates her own spouse via the same chop on the apron when aiming for Mahiro. So that's very sad. The married couple once again fell apart. That leaves us with Raku, Mahiro, and a pillow. So Mahiro gives a spine buster. She pins Raku. At the same time, Raku pins the pillow. So I believe that was 2 different changes, but that's how they said it on the English commentary. This site only has Mahiro pinning them both, the Dramatic DDT site. So either way, either Mahiro is the 1,768 champion, or Raku is the 1,768 champion, and Mahiro immediately pins Raku to become the 1,769 champion. But one of those 2 things happened, and either way, Mahiro won the match. So very wacky. I did not give it a star rating, but very amusing.
I went for 3.5, just purely based off of vibes. But I also operate under whoever is on the top of a pin is the ultimate pinner in that situation. So I'd say she's the 78th champion, 1,000 whatever, 78th, just because she was on top. So I would count it as a double pin, but I might be in the minority on that.
Then we have match number 3, which was Aja Kong defeating Himawari with the backdrop in 8:53. So basically the whole thing here was Himawari with these 2 very long hair braids she has. She was trying to use her hair whip to give her any kind of advantage on the obviously much larger than she is Aja Kong. So the first time she tried to use it, Aja Kong just stuck her palm out and just like palmed her and held her back like she's like holding back a child. That was very funny. Himawari threw some surprisingly loud sounding forearms at Aja Kong's chest. Of course, it had no effect though. Aja Kong just shrugged them right off. But then Aja does start selling with the hair whips. So Himawari does start getting the hair whips finally. And that does let Himawari get a running neck breaker, which is really her first real bit of offense of the entire match. Aja gives her a brutal backdrop driver though, and that gets the pin before very long. I was going to go 3, but the backdrop driver was so fucking sick. I decided to give him an extra quarter star just for that. So 3.25 for this. Hopefully poor Himawari actually survived it. As a wrestler, you might have even noticed this faster than I did. I'm pretty sure they were checking with her after the match to make sure that she actually was okay. Because I saw, I think, the ref and somebody else at ringside asking her, like, are you good after taking that move? But yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Yeah, they were definitely checking on her. For me, it passed the smell test. It looked like everything was okay. I don't know. TJPW seems like they've struggled with elevating some of their younger stars for a little bit. And I think they've done a good job with it on some of the other people, like we'll get to with Kaya Toribami and Toga later on. But I don't know. To me, it just kind of fell flat. Like Aja Kong, if you leave her to her own devices, she will eat you alive and just not give you that much. And I didn't feel like Himawari was able to gain much from the match. So just from a booking perspective, I wasn't the biggest fan of it because I feel like there's just better ways to elevate and utilize like your younger talent.
Match number 4, the flag scramble weapon death match. Palm Harajuku defeated Rika Tatsumi with a roll-up in 11:01. So the gimmick here was basically both wrestlers started at the match with a flag in their corner, which the flag had the opposite corner's color, I guess, to show it was for that person. So if you steal your opponent's flag, you'll be able to choose one of two predetermined weapons to use for the rest of the match. When they said one of two, I thought that meant you had to pick one of two. I didn't realize they meant you could then go back and get the flag a second time and get the second weapon, but that's how it ended up working out. Yeah, definitely a unique stipulation, that's for sure. This is also, by the way, supposed to be Rika versus Priscilla Kelly, but they had to move Priscilla Kelly up to the International Princess title match because of Jada Stone getting hurt and being unable to come over for that match. So that's why we ended up with Rika against Palm Harajuku instead. Just to make this a little more confusing, Rika gets Palm's flag, the blue flag for the blue corner, and plays keep away from her with it, which is apparently legal. And she stuck it down the back of her tights for safekeeping. I was like, that okay. That was very weird. But Palm does manage to get the flag from her before too long, and she chooses her weapon, which was 100 plastic balls. I think they were like gotcha balls, because I think doesn't Palm love gachapon? Isn't that one of her whole things? I think, if I vaguely remember that. But yeah, I think they were gachapon ball. She brought out a gachapon machine once, I think. But I could be wrong. But yeah, she just kind of throws him at Rika, and Rika's like, what is this supposed to be doing? And she just kind of grabs him and starts throwing at her in this very frustrated way, like you're an idiot kind of way, which I thought was funny. I think she actually literally did call her a baka while she was beating her ass after that, so that was funny. Rika easily subdues Palm and gets her flag. So we find out her weapon is her snapping fan she used before. So Palm Harajuku tries to catch it like a samurai sword, but fails miserably. And that led to a pretty funny discussion in English commentary about how many samurai must have died in real life trying to do that, which I thought was fun. Because that's a pretty stupid way to counter a samurai sword if you think about it. Probably just much easier to just avoid the sword, as they were saying on the commentary. But yeah, this is when Palm then got her flag again, which got her 2 big-sized glow sticks out of a Buc-ee's bag that I guess she brought back from Texas with her. That was kind of funny. For first, she was just using the glow sticks to hype herself up, but then she actually did start drumming on Rika with them. Rika fought back. She got her own flag a second time, and her second weapon was promoter of Tokyo Joshi, Tetsuya Koda. Very strange. He comes out with he's holding up a big X to say no, but he gets literally dragged to the ring. Rika, he's still putting up the X in her face, so she just forearms him in the face. Is you're not going to tell me no, bitch. And just Irish whips him into Palm in the corner. That was really funny. Then she makes him hold Palm in place for Rika to hit off the top rope with her fan. But Palm gets out of the way, and Rika just hits him with the fan instead, and then stomps on him for good measure. Again, very funny. She tries to use Palm's own glow sticks against her. I don't even know if that would have been legal, actually. I thought you were only supposed to be able to use your own weapon. But the glow sticks bounce back off the ropes into her own face, and Rika trips backward over Kudo and gets rolled up for the shock pen. I thought this was pretty funny. I enjoyed this as a comedy match. It did lose a little bit of steam towards the end, maybe, but it amused me enough throughout to go 3 1/4. So I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I don't think Palm Harajuku is necessarily for me. She tends to be one of the skippable parts of TJPW for me. But I will say, in Georgia, there's 3 different Buc-ee's locations that I'm aware of, and I live 5 miles away from one of them, and they do not sell glow sticks like that at Buc-ee's. That's why I was lower on this match, is the misrepresentation of Buc-ee's.
But Buc-ee's is what? It's just they sell what the fuck I've never been to a Buc-ee's, so we don't have them up here. It's just a big gas station, right?
It's a gas station. Picture a gas station mixed with a Home Goods, if that makes sense.
Huh.
Yeah, it's a gas station where they have 100 pumps, but then on the inside they have a huge snack section, and they have I don't know if I want to call it a deli, but they have a bakery where they do cinnamon rolls and stuff like that. And they got the brisket sandwich, and they do a bunch of sandwiches, but they also just have a bunch of home decor and stuff too. There's almost a Buc-ee's branded anything. They have throw pillows and pajamas and stuff like that too.
Hmm.
But not glow sticks.
Not glow sticks. It's interesting. Maybe they have it. Maybe they have it in Texas. Who knows? Or maybe they just picked that bag. But it was funny that it was a Buc-ee's bag. I was like, oh, I know what this is. I think the first time I ever saw anything about Buc-ee's was because and I briefly lived in Texas, but I never saw a Buc-ee's. I don't know if I lived there too early I don't know when Buc-ee's started, but I might have lived too early for Buc-ee's, or it's just I almost never left Austin, so maybe I just missed it. I doubt they have that many Buc-ee's in Austin, if they have any. But yeah, the Buc-ee's bag. The very first time I think I heard anything about Buc-ee's was there was this YouTube video where these two guys were trying to go to every single rainforest cafe in America, and they stopped at a Buc-ee's for some reason. That was like part of the video. So I think that's the very first time I heard anything about Buc-ee's. But yeah.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members save even more with limited-time doorbuster deals. Save $5 on 24-count Contractor's Choice 42-gallon trash bags, now just $14.78. Plus, get your choice select DeWalt Elite Series saw blades for $9.98. Not a Pro Rewards member? Join for free today at Lowe's. Valid through 9/17. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See lowes.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
So, the next match on this show was it was a tag match with Hiroyo Matsumoto and Yuki Arai defeating Haru Kazushiro and Toga when Yuki pinned Haru with the finally in 13:52. So Matsumoto was one of Yuki Arai's coaches for Tofu Pro Wrestling, which is a drama TV series that starred various AKB group singers back when she was still an idol in SKE48. That happened back in 2018. So this was like a little reunion here of like trainer and trainee, which was cool. This was pretty stiff, especially for a Tokyo Joshi match. Like, Matsumoto and Toga were like really going pretty hard at each other, and Matsumoto like really rocked her with an elbow at one point. But yeah, Yuki ended up pinning Haru with her that like pausing X she does, which was the finally. This was I enjoyed this. I thought it was 3.5 stars. Good little like serious tag match here to like basically this was the first match in the show where they were like, okay, the goofy stuff is over. Now we're going to do like pretty much all serious for the rest of the show. And besides like a few jokes in the tag title match, I guess. But yeah, good match.
Yeah, really good match. Toga, I feel like, has improved so much. Like I think she was first starting around 2020, 2021, which at that point I was watching like every Tokyo Joshi Pro show, like all the tour shows and all that. And so to see like her progression, like her new gear and stuff, like she looks a lot more impressive than she used to. Haru Kazushiro as well, like she's only been around like less than 2 years, I think, but like she's still really young. Like she might even be like 16 or younger.
Yeah,
so
I believe that's correct. Let's check actually.
Yeah, just to be that age and like be in wrestling and be at the level that she's at. My only note was there was like a weird spot where like she went for like a crossbody and it looked like it wasn't even close and she missed it. So there was like a little bit of mispositioning and stuff on that. But I mean, outside of that, like I thought it was a really good match. And I think Tokyo Joshi Pro is a little underrated in terms of the way that they're developing talent. Like it's much slower than Stardom because Stardom just is like the rookie factory of all rookie factories.
Yeah.
But the level that they're getting these young women to, very impressive to me. Like I think Haru's got like a very high ceiling, and I think she'll be able to do a lot if she continues.
She's 17, by the way, just looking it up. So you were pretty close.
Still,
yeah, she debuted March 2023. She debuted.
Wow, yeah, to be in high school and be at that level. I think it also made me feel old. They were talking about like the Mae Young Classic. They were saying Matsumoto was in that, and that was 8 years ago.
Wow,
so
that is crazy.
It made me feel a little bit on the old side.
Yeah, that is crazy. The next match was Ryo Mizunami and Yuki Aino defeating Miyu Yamashita and Kaya Toribami. Aino submitted Yamashita with the full Nelson of Love and Fire in 13-11. I thought this match was very good. So these two tag matches in the middle of the card where I really hadn't been expecting that much going in. They, plus the next match that we're going to talk about that I also wasn't expecting that much out of, they were what helped this show really over-deliver for me. Because I figured the main event would be great. I figured I could enjoy the comedy. I mean, the comedy can be a little more hit and miss for me than the DDT comedy, but I thought all the comedy in this show was pretty enjoyable. But like the middle of this show being a lot of fun is really what helped this show, be, quite a good show. So I don't know if there's any story here really besides reuniting the team of Anaki, Ryo Mizunami, and Yuki Aino. But things got really stiff again here with Mizunami and, of all people, Toribami. I'm not sure I've ever seen her throw strikes like this, but I guess I haven't seen that much of her in general. But yeah, she was throwing, or Toribami, I should say, she was throwing some really stiff strikes in this match.
Yeah, she's good.
There was some great combination offense, too, from Miyu and Toribami. But yeah, Miyu ends up tapping to Yuki Aino, which feels like a huge win for Aino. It would make a lot of sense when we saw it get to the end of the night. But yeah, best match of the night up to this point. Very good tag. Some really fun action and a very shocking finish. I went 3 3/4 on this. I thought this was great.
Yeah, I went 3.5. Same thing here. I was going to ask you if you felt like that was the biggest win of Aino's career.
It has to be. I can't think of what even be close. I mean, she was tag champ at one point, right? So she might have gotten some big wins as champion, but other than that, because yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, she held the tag titles twice. Once with her sister Nodoka Tenma, and once with Ryo Mizunami. So, yeah. But this is probably I think this would probably still be up there for her biggest one, just to beat Miyu Yamashita. So she's like the old ace of the promotion. So
yeah, Yamashita's got a lot more visibility than probably almost anyone else that she could have beaten during those tag title reigns.
Then we had the International Princess title match. And this is where you said you didn't see these 3 matches, so I'll try to go through them a little quicker. This was Arisa Endo defeating Priscilla Kelly with the Juno Okite in 10:59 to become the 15th International Princess Champion. So again, Kelly was replacing Jada, who got hurt on the U.S. Indies. Apparently it's a knee injury. This was already going to be for a vacant title because Moka Miyamoto is out with some kind of mysterious illness, and I haven't heard anything about her coming back, so I hope she's doing okay. But yeah, she vacated this belt after she won it from Suzume, who of course is the normal tag partner of Alice Endo, back at SummerSlam Princess. So Jada kind of made more sense here in this match because she unsuccessfully challenged Suzume twice earlier in the year, but unfortunately, she got injured, so it just kind of ends up being Priscilla Kelly out of nowhere. But yeah, Kelly, so early on in this match, I was like, okay, she looks good, but she's also got that just out of WWE disease where everything she's doing looks a little bit cinematic and overwrought. Like she's posing a bit too much between her moves and stuff. But after the first few minutes, it almost felt like she snapped out of that and just started wrestling a lot more. And she busted out this great Rainmaker out of nowhere during this nice little combination she was doing. And, she did some Kawada kicks, which was really cool. And it felt like she really got back into the swing of wrestling in Japan because she's done it before. And she felt like she just got more and more comfortable as the match went on. And yeah, this match just got more and more awesome. And it became all about Endo just lifting the bigger Kelly up on her shoulders and stuff and throwing her around, which looked impressive. And, she ends up getting a bloody nose, which, the inadvertent blood added to the match for me. I thought this ruled. I went 4 stars on it. I was shocked by how much it ruled by the end of it. And, I ended up being very high on this match. So definitely one I enjoyed a lot. Suzume hugging her on the mat at the end was quite adorable too. So that was a cool little post-match moment. But yeah, I like Alice a lot, and I thought she did a great job here. And I thought, like I said, Priscilla Kelly, after those first few minutes where she looked very WWE or whatever, I thought she got out of it and was really doing, really working this match, quite well. And, just they had a very good match here. So Princess tag title match next. We had the team of Yuki Kamifuku and Wakana Uehara, the team of Uber Eats, defeating Kyoraku Kiyome, which is Hyper Misao, and Shoko Nakajima. Yuki pinned Shoko with the diving Famouser in 1702. So they failed in their fourth defense, and Uber Eats became the 19th Princess Tag Champions. I didn't think this was very good, unfortunately. This was a big step down from the previous matches. Just kind of felt like it died in the middle, and the crowd didn't even feel like they were as into it compared to the last few matches. So, there were some nice drop kicks from Kamiyu. That was really the only highlight of the first 10 minutes, other than some bicycle violence at the start with the Hyper Misao Mobile, whatever the fuck it's called. But yeah, Kamiyu put Shoko away with the top rope Famouser after the first Famouser. Didn't do a whole lot for me. It was all right, but not much more than that. So only went 2 3/4 on this one. Then the main event, the Princess of Princess title. This was the match I was expecting a lot out of, and it delivered. Miyu Watanabe defeated Mizuki with the spinning teardrop in 22:48. Mizuki fails in her fourth defense, and Miyu Watanabe becomes the 16th Princess of Princess champion. There was this I don't know, it was kind of a unique sequence that stood out to me. There's a lot of unique stuff earlier in this match, but one of them was Mizuki was charging in the corner. She sees Miyu put her foot up, but stops herself well before she can collide with it, and then just kind of stares Miyu down before giving her this huge corner stomp off the top rope, where I think she slapped her first and then set her up in the corner and then gave her that corner stomp. That was kind of sick, actually, just the way Mizuki has this face where she can go into murder Mizuki mode or something. And she does great facial expressions for, she's all cute and happy. And then all of a sudden she wants to kill you. So that was kind of cool. And then another cool thing they did was, I don't know if I've ever seen this. She countered the giant swing and she kind of escaped it and was kind of, or mid escape, I should say. But then Miyu countered it back and turned it into a backbreaker in midair, which again, another very unique sequence. Not a unique spot like those two, but just a really cool spot. Mizuki hit this enormous top rope double stomp all the way off the top rope to the floor. And then the story of the match really became Mizuki trying to use her technique to survive Miyu's power. So Mizuki would get her these holds, and Miyu would just keep lifting her out of them, like how she escaped this crossface on the mat and just lifted her all the way up to the top rope and hit a power slam off of there. That was pretty late in the match. That was just before the 20-minute mark. Mizuki was able to counter the first attempt at the teardrop with a midair drop kick, another very cool counter, and she tried the cutie special. Miyu powered her way out of that, hit sort of a modified teardrop on the other side, and Mizuki had been working out her hand as well, so it was kind of like she didn't want to use her good hand, her normally good hand that had been worked over, and she hits the laser beam slap to the chest, I think with the other hand, and goes to the teardrop again, and she hits a spinning variant of it, and that gets the pin. This match, fucking awesome. They had their story. They stuck through it throughout. And I saw someone on the Discord, I think it was this guy Connor, who said this, and I totally agreed with it. One really cool thing about this match is usually most of the time when you see a high level match in Japanese wrestling, and even in a lot of American promotions now too, certainly AEW, the entire match is built around a big near fall sequence at the end, and they really didn't do that at all here. I mean, there was really no near falls. It was just Miyu's power versus Mizuki's technique, Miyu powering her way out of these holds, and then once they didn't do a huge back and forth reversal sequence either. It was just Miyu, once she hit her move, that was it, and she just got the pin off of it. So I thought that was really refreshing for a top level match, and I thought this match, like I said, they had their story, they stuck to it, and they executed it really, really well. So I went 4.5 stars on this. That was an awesome fucking match. So definitely of this show, I mean, I would recommend watching almost all of it, but this is the must-watch match of the show. So very good Tokyo Joshi show. Enjoyed it a lot, and definitely looking forward to seeing what Miyu Watanabe can do in her second title reign as Princess of Princess champion. Afterward, Yuki Aino, who of course had pinned Miyu Yamashita earlier, came out. She did a pretty good promo. She basically said, I see you as my rival, as in Watanabe, because we debut at the same time, but currently you're way above me. and I want to challenge you for the title. So that's what they're doing. They're doing Miyu Watanabe versus Yuki Aino for the title next. So that'll be Miyu's first defense. So that'll be interesting. Let's move over now to New Japan, where they didn't really have any shows to talk about, but they have a big show coming up this coming week that I wanted to get into a preview of. And before we get to the big show, though, they have a smaller show on the 24th in Sapporo. That's the end of the Sapporo tour, the Battle Line Hokkaido tour they've been on. And they are once again putting the junior title matches as the double main event instead of doing like they did for Sakura Genesis, instead of putting them on the bigger card. So here we have I guess actually, first of all, what do you think of that strategy as a New Japan fan? Do you like having the junior title matches get their own like featured part of a smaller card? Or would you rather have them back on the big show?
Personally, I'm enjoying them separating the nights where the junior titles have like their own night. I think it's nice because like a lot of times with the New Japan cards, you get like those top 5 matches are like highlight matches and you can't highlight everything. So I feel like giving the juniors their own night, like on nights like per se like Wrestle Kingdom or the big show in June, like I think you can have them on the same night, but like
Dominion they didn't put them on Dominion.
Right, yeah.
So that was interesting. I think the only show they put it on this year was Wrestle Kingdom, I think.
Yeah, I think you need to have them on Wrestle Kingdom, like have a junior title match on Wrestle Kingdom. But I think having like a separate night for your juniors where I think it's good science for the company to test out like, all right, what can Desperado draw? Or what can your top junior draw? So I see where they're coming from, and I think it's a unique experiment that I think just test it out, see how it goes. And it seems like it's been going good so far. I mean, but I think it's just a testament to Desperado and how much of a draw he is just on his own.
Yeah, that is interesting. I should mention too, I guess we'll get to it when we get to Destruction. The Destruction show is selling really well. I mean, they're already sold out of tickets on Lawson. The only thing they have left is standing room. So we'll have to see what they announce as the crowd. I guess I should check real quick to see if there's any tickets on like Pia or something. But yeah, they're completely sold out apparently of tickets for Lawson at least. I'll see how the Sapporo show is doing to the separate strategy. Destruction Kobe. Yeah, they still have some tickets available on Pia, but it's just the Arena A, it says few left, and the second floor stand still has tickets available. But yeah, it's not, but on Lawson, they're sold out. The Sapporo show, it looks like it's doing okay. I wouldn't say it's doing great or anything. The Royal seats are sold out. Arena A is few left. Second floor Reserve B is sold out. There's 3 other categories that still have seats available. So I guess we'll see what number they announce for that. But yeah, for when they run these junior title matches at Korakuen, it sells out Korakuen every time. So that is interesting. But yeah, the junior tag titles were on Dominion. The junior title they did not put on Dominion. They put the junior title separately on Korakuen again on the New Japan Soul Tour. But here they put them both on the Korakuen. So we have Kosei Fujita and Robbie Eagles challenging Sho and Doki for the junior tag titles. I think Fujita and Eagles probably win the belts back here because I assume the whole reason why they did this Doki heel turn was to build to a second Despy Doki junior title match, probably for the Dome again, to make up for the one where Doki got hurt this past year. I could be wrong on that, but it just seems like the most natural thing to do. Even if they are, though, I guess they could also they still have another couple months to do the title defense changes if they want. The junior tag title change if they want to. But I could just see Fujita and Eagles winning the belts back too, though. What do you think?
Yeah. I don't know. With the tag titles in New Japan, like junior heavyweight and heavyweight, I struggle to find like just any interest in that. Like it's a good division. Like the junior heavyweight tag team division has been really good for them for a couple of years. It's just like trying to make sense and find logic in the junior title booking or the regular tag title booking is just tough at this point as a New Japan fan, I feel like.
No, I totally get what you mean. The main event, I would assume no chance he loses here, but El Desperado defending the junior title against Yo, going for his 8th defense. I mean, if they do the title change, I'll be pretty shocked.
Would you be upset though?
I'm not a Yo hater like some people are, so no, I don't think I would say I would be upset. I'd be like, that's interesting.
Yeah, the best of Super Juniors finals with Fujita and Yo was still, it's about halfway up my match of the year list. Like I thought it was fantastic. So I wouldn't be upset, but I do tend to agree. I don't see Desperado losing it until it's a bigger occasion or a bigger challenger.
So yeah, that is coming up this Wednesday on from Sapporo and New Japan World. So nothing else of note really on this card, just a lot of undercard tags, but you do get the junior tag title match and the junior title match. Oh, you do have Hiroshi Tanahashi versus Master Wato. Forgot about that one. So that's your only other match of note, which is that's going to be the main card opener actually. So Tanahashi's road to retirement tour continues. September 28th, that is this coming Sunday, is a 4 p.m. Japan start time, so 3 a.m. Eastern, midnight out in the Pacific time zone. That is in Kobe World Hall. We open up, Destruction in Kobe, I should say. We open up with a 6-man tag, Shota Umino, Yuya Uemura, and Yoshihashi, taking on Evil, Sonata, and Dick Togo. They're kind of pushing the Umino Yuya team so hard right now that it almost makes me wonder if that's not their destination for Wrestle Kingdom. Like if they're not going to go win World Tag League and challenge, I assume, the Knockout Brothers for the tag titles at Tokyo Dome. I could see people thinking that's very underwhelming for the two of them, but like it could be, there's a lot of speculation going around about Takeshita versus Okada at the Tokyo Dome. I don't think I really buy it. But even if like Yota Tsuji is getting the world title shot against whoever it's going to be, if like Zack is getting the Aaron Wolf match, which could also be the world title match for all I know, and Tanahashi's thing is going to be some wacky thing with like Naito or even like a tag or something that doesn't leave a ton of top spots available, and maybe they just rather have Shota and Yuya do that than be, in a global title match or something. So I could see it.
Yeah. How do you feel about Uemura and Umino as a tag team right now?
I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. It's something they try a lot, I feel like, historically with the younger generation. I mean, Tanahashi and Nakamura were a team at one point, and they won the tag titles together. Obviously the various different combinations of the Three Musketeers were teams at different points. They're Tenzan and Kojima were a team very early in their careers. So they do tend to put people together. I mean, we even saw Umino and Narita very briefly before Narita turned heel. So they do tend to put young guys in the same generation together as teams, even if it doesn't last. So, it's sort of a booking trope, and it does tend to lead to like even another step in a rivalry. So I could see it. I don't dislike it. I think it could work. I think I could see them winning the tag titles at the Tokyo Dome, feeling like a nice little moment. The problem, I think, is, especially compared to past eras, even, you've so conditioned fans for your heavyweight tag titles to mean nothing that it's going to feel less important than when even like Tanahashi and Nakamura held them together. So that is going to that is a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, I like it in theory. Like you said, I think I just worry that it's going to become a rerun of Narita and Umino. As long as it's not that, I think it'll be all right.
Yeah, I don't think they would have Yuya turn on Shota because can you even picture him as a heel?
No, not at all.
Yeah. So I don't think they would do that. Like it could be a thing where they team up. It could be a Shota heel turn, I guess. But more likely, I think it's just a thing where they team up and they have their team for a while, then they're just like, well, now we're going to fight each other again. So I think that's the most likely outcome. Match 2, Hiroshi Tanahashi versus Great Okan. Another match in the Tanahashi Goodbye Tour. Why'd you say Jesus Christ?
I don't know. Great Okan's just so hit or miss, but like his misses are just far out in left field.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is going to get that much time though anyway. So probably like 10 minutes or something.
Yeah, we can only hope.
Match 3, Bolton Oleg attempting defense number 2 of the Never Openweight title against the man, the myth, the legend, Don Fale.
Are you into this match? Because I'm not gonna lie.
Am I into this match? You're into? You're saying you're into this?
I'm kind of into it. I'm not gonna lie.
I wouldn't say I'm into this match. No, I wouldn't say I'm into this match. I mean, I don't really get the point of the booking because we already saw Bolton beat Don Fale like fucking 7 months ago or something in the New Japan Cup. So, like, what is the point in seeing, like, oh, can't Don slam him and beat him? But yeah, we saw him do it already.
Yeah, I I don't have any memory of that. And so, like, for me...
There you go. If it's brand new for you, then I guess it's different. So...
Did he beat him in the New Japan Cup?
Yeah. Yeah, the first round, I think. Or second round. One of those. He definitely happened this year. Like, I'm gonna look it up. I'm 1,000% sure. Bolton. Why did Cage Match make it so fucking hard to search for them on fucking Twitter, on Google now? Like, there has to be some. Yeah, I don't know why they did this. Okay, let's say New Japan Cup. Bolton Oleg. Yes, he defeated Bad Luck Fale. Still bad. No, you're right. He didn't defeat Don Fale. He defeated Bad Luck Fale in 7 minutes 11 seconds. Oh my god! It was even like not that far from this building. It was in Amagasaki.
Oh no.
New Japan Cup Night 2. The poor people of Hyogo Prefecture are getting their second Oleg versus Fale match in like 8 months or something. What is wrong with New Japan? Why are you doing this to them?
Yeah, somehow I completely managed to like black that out of my mind. And so I was like, all right, it'll be fun to see Oleg throw around Fale for like 8 minutes. But the fact that it already happened kind of takes away the novelty. So you might have killed the enjoyment for me on this one.
I apologize.
It's okay.
Match number 4, IWGP Tag Team Titles. Taichi and Tomohiro Ishii defend the belts against the Knockout Brothers, Oscar and Yuto Ice. They're making their first defense. This is, I mean, if you're not hyped for this match after seeing I don't mean you, I just mean in general. Like, if someone out there is not hyped for this match after seeing the hype tags, I don't know what to tell you. Because Yuto Ice is awesome. He and Ishii beat the fucking shit out of each other at Korakuen. I don't even get why people dislike Oscar's look. I think Indie Undertaker's a great look for an undercard heel in Puro. I think his look is great. Yeah. So I don't know. I think, and he hasn't shown me as much in ring yet as Yuto Ice, but I think he's a perfectly fine heavy for Yuto Ice. And Taichi and Ishii are they're like the men's tag team of the year, even though they haven't even been together that long. I mean, they had that amazing match against Zack and Akiyama on the Taka Taichi Mania show. They had that amazing match against Naito and Hiromu on Naito's goodbye tour out of the company. They had that awesome match where they won the tag titles back at Dominion. I mean, they're fucking great as a team. They're almost certainly going to lose here because it would make no sense not to put the Knockout Brothers over. But this match, I have very high hopes for this match. I mean, this is I would say my second most anticipated match on the card at minimum, maybe most. I don't know. It's between this and Tsuji and Finlay. So those two are the ones I'm most hyped for by far.
Yeah, we're on the same on that. I agree about Taichi and Ishii. I feel like the body of work isn't necessarily there for like a tag team of the year vote, but they're a fantastic team. I think I'm just begging for some stability in the tag team division. I think it was Chris Charlton that mentioned on commentary on one of the past shows that like no team has had a successful defense of the tag team championships in like a long time. So I wouldn't be upset if Taichi and Ishii retained as long as they go on a little bit of a run with it. I'm just dying for the tag team titles to mean more. But I mean, that's been pretty much the duration of my New Japan fandom, is just wanting the tag team titles to be more than what they are.
Yeah, I mean, they used to be the secondary title of New Japan historically because they didn't have all these other singles titles. But once you started getting the Intercontinental and now obviously the Global and all the other belts they have, it just they've fallen in importance by a lot. That is for sure. Then we have match number 5. So I thought maybe they were going to have Hiromu defend the junior title here, the GHC junior title, but I don't see any announcement that that's happening. It's still just listed as a special singles match. So maybe the politics of how Ishimori left Noah prevented that from happening. But yeah, this is the GHC junior champion Hiromu Takahashi versus former GHC junior champion Taiji Ishimori, not for the GHC junior title. So there you go. Kind of a weird one here. It's kind of hard to see the point of this one, but they tend to have great matches together, so they'll probably have another one.
You think there's any chance Ishimori wins and it becomes a title match for the New Year's Noah show?
I don't know, because I kind of assumed Hiromu was just going to lose the belt to Eita in October next month in Noah. But maybe you're right. Maybe they just keep the belt on Hiromu when they go to Hiromu Ishimori. I don't know. That'd be weird though to do a big Noah junior title match with 2 New Japan guys. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it would. There's, as we'll get into when we talk about Noah in a little bit, but they've set up like a bunch of talent challengers for Takahashi, which is also weird because like they're setting up Miyawaki, it looks like, for a tag or a.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but at the same time, I skimmed like one of the undercard tags on the Noah show, and Miyawaki looks like he's being set up for a match against Kai Fujimura. So I don't know if it ends up a thing where like the junior title is kind of separate from Noah for a little bit, and then Noah just establishes like a hard challenger, and they do like the Ishimori match is like a New Year's thing, and then like after that they've got like a big challenger to take it off of Hiromu after that. I don't know. It's a fool's errand to speculate about the Noah Jr. booking at this point.
Yeah, they're going to do whatever they want, basically. So
yeah,
it is like one of the most stuff happens divisions in all of wrestling. So
yeah.
Match number 6, Yota Tsuji versus David Finlay. I mean, this is the rematch of one of my favorite matches of the year. I believe it's the match I have 10th on my match of the year list right now from Wrestle Kingdom. Just an outstanding, like 4 3/4 star match. I would not necessarily expect this to be that great, considering, it's not in the Tokyo Dome, it's not for a title or anything. It's just a match that's happening here. But these two guys are so great, and especially so great together, that I would be shocked if it wasn't at least very good. So definitely very pumped for this one. I don't know who's winning this, actually. Because if Tsuji wins this, you would think he would then challenge for the Global. But I don't know if that's the direction they're going with him. And if Finlay wins, he could challenge Gabe or Shingo for the Global, depending on who wins the next match, to get his white belt back. And that would make total sense as his direction. Whereas Tsuji would then have to like go into like a rebuild and, kind of get back on track for a world title shot at the Tokyo Dome, maybe.
Yeah, I guess it depends on who you feel like is walking out with the global title. Which there's also like the whole sub story about Tsuji even making it to the match right now, because he's missed a lot of
yeah
stuff due to some undisclosed illness. So
he wasn't back on today's show, was he? Let's see.
I'm not sure about today. I know he's missed like 3 shows in a row.
Oh, he was back today. So good news. So I would expect him to make it. So yeah, today's show, he was in the 6-man tag, Shingo, Tsuji, and Daiki Nagai against Gabe Kidd, David Finlay, and Gato. You'll never guess who took the pin in that match. It was, in fact, Gato. But yeah, he was. Yota Tsuji was back in action finally, so should be no risk of him missing that show now. Because yeah, you're right. He did miss a whole bunch in a row. So
yeah, well, he got that real bad concussion against Fale.
That's true.
I say that tongue so firmly planted in my cheek, it's coming out the other side.
Yeah, because you're right, because that was a work. I forgot that for a second. My bad. I thought you were being serious. I was like, wait a second.
No, he got the concussion and was back the next day.
Yeah, that was something. Semi-main event, IWGP Global Heavyweight Title. Gabe Kidd going for his second defense against Shingo Takagi. I'm supposed to hate Gabe, I guess, because of the him jumping, the soft jumping through into AEW and all that. It's definitely the in thing to do, especially like on the Super J-Cast server and stuff like that. All I will say is I thought Gabe seemed more like himself at Korakuen than he has in a while, because there was a time when he, it's not like people get the wrong idea of the Gabe shit, where it's like, okay, it's like, oh, you guys just hate anybody who's leaving for AEW. And it's like, it's really more about the fact that he made his character, Mr. Shin Nihon, like the whole thing. We kept yelling about, Shin Nihon Ichiban and New Japan's fast and AEW sucks. And, Korewa Shin Nihon des, as he used to say all the time in his matches. So for that guy to go to AEW and go be Mr. Death Rider just felt extra corny. And it felt like he was also having a problem, making it work with his own character. It felt like he was having trouble just playing a character that made sense in New Japan. So when he first came back after joining the Death Riders in June, his promos were very shaky. His performance against Tsuji at Dominion was much worse than the match they had earlier in the year. That was like a fucking 5-star match. I think I went like 3 3/4 on it. I mean, he didn't feel like the same guy. This time at Korakuen, he felt, those 2 Korakuen shows, he felt more like the same guy. He felt like he had some of his confidence back. Maybe he just made peace with whatever it is he's doing. Maybe he's just ready to go through his final run here before he leaves, or at least sign some wacky dual contract or something. So I feel like he felt more like himself in the confrontations with Shingo and stuff. So hopefully that's a good sign. Hopefully for whatever amount of time we have Gabe Kidd as a New Japan guy left, he at least feels more like the great Gabe Kidd he was earlier in this year than the like half-assed one we got since he joined the Death Riders. So I'm going to be cautiously optimistic for this match. They've had really amazing matches together before. They had that one at Dontaku last year that was fucking awesome. So, and I think they've had other ones too, but the Dontaku one is just the one that's most memorable for me. So we'll see what these two do together. I would expect Gabe to retain. Maybe they even go to Gabe versus Finlay from here if they have to like speed run it, but we'll have to see. I mean, that could be the King of Pro Wrestling match. It could be Gabe versus Finlay. So,
yeah, I think Gabe. I don't think this is news to anyone. I think Gabe is on the way out. The real Iggy to me is him wrestling Carl Fredericks on that West Coast Pro show coming up in like November, I think.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like that's one of the last big shows before Tag League. So you would think if he was still going to be global champion, which that's the same day as one of the New Japan shows. So you'd think if he was still global champion, he would be on that show in Japan to set up some type of title match. So I think it'll be off of him by then. So yeah, I can see a scenario where he retains and they speed run like the Finlay stuff, and Finlay's the one that take the global title off of him. But I wouldn't fall over shocked if Shingo won this one either. So in that respect, it makes it one of the more anticipated matches for me coming up, because you really don't know who's gonna walk out with this one, at least on a surface level.
Yeah, it really could go either way. Then your main event, the IWGP World Heavyweight title, Zack Sabre Jr. making his second attempted defense against Red Narita. So Narita, he had a really good match with Zack at the start of the G1. I went like 3 3/4 on it. It was, one of probably his best match in the entire G1. We'll see if they can deliver something of that level here even better. The technical wrestling stuff, I think Ren keeps up with Zack better on that than most people do. So it wouldn't surprise me if this was really, really good. Obviously you're going to have a certain amount of House of Torture wackiness that you're going to have to just accept, which, some people accept that better than others, I think. But yeah, I think this will probably be a good match. I'd be surprised if it wasn't at least very good. So, and Zack obviously is going to retain. He's not going to lose his title to Narita.
Yeah, the only universe that Zack loses the title is Takeshita beating Narita, which I think is just superfluous at that point. To me, it feels like whoever wins here is just getting the honor of dropping it to Takeshita come October.
Yeah. So, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, at this point I would love it if Zach just beat Takeshi, but I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen. Yeah, so there's your New Japan talk. Obviously, on next week's Omakase, me and Armutha will have the review of that show. So stay tuned for that. All right, so our final topic of the night is the Noah N1 victory, which had 4 more shows since our last episode. So it's a lot to get through. I'm going to skip the undercard tags that I did not watch anyway. So we'll just do the tournament matches. But yeah, this is like, I guess if people have followed me on Twitter and stuff will know I'm not really enjoying this tournament. You had mentioned, I think, off air that you liked it a little more than I did. So it'll be interesting to see your different perspective, I guess. Because, yeah, I thought this tournament has been pretty weak. But it starts on the Monday show, September 15th, from the Kumamoto Castle Civic Hall, drawing a crowd of 538. The tournament opener was in the B block, Jack Morris defeating Harutoki. That moved Jack to 5-1 for 10 points at the time and dropped Harutoki to 1-3. The match went 10 minutes and 22 seconds and Jack won with the Tiger Driver. I didn't think there was a lot to this match. It was like, it was kind of starting out like a decent but forgettable house show singles match, the way a lot of these matches were. But I thought Jack did some very corny selling off an Enziguri. He was like stumbling around the ring like he's drunk while making these like really ridiculous faces. I just like that had me even like go down a notch from like a total average match to just a below average one. So yeah, I ended up going 2 1/4, and it was mostly Jack Morris's like very corny selling here that had me go a little bit lower.
Maybe I'm just a sucker for corny selling, but it didn't stick out to me as much with Morris. I think I don't know. Maybe it's just my overall perspective after watching like everything in the G1. But I feel like the conversation last year with Noah's N1 was, I heard people say that higher ceiling, lower floor with the N1 versus the G1. And I think this year for the N1, I feel like the floor is higher and the ceiling is just lower. Like there hasn't been a lot of great stuff, but I don't feel like I've been subjected to anything as egregious as Great Okan and El Phantasmo throughout the N1. So for it to be a tournament that I had to watch 4 shows like back to back to back to be able to record, it was a better overall tournament in that aspect, that the matches, the worst that I felt like we got was average outside of Kazuyuki Fujita, which we'll get to, which I feel like has been the most egregious thing. But your rank and file guys like Harutoki and some others, I feel like have exceeded expectations, specifically Daga, which we'll get to. I feel like the lower guys have exceeded expectations for me in this tournament. So I think that's been why I'm overall like higher on it.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of 3-star level stuff, just not a lot of great stuff to me. And I think I do have a much lower floor in this tournament than you do, because like there has been some stuff I just thought sucked. So I think we'll get to some of it. I think there was more of that in last week's batch of shows actually than this week's, but there was, I think, still a few this week. Yeah. B block, we had Galliano defeating Ricky Knight Jr. in 11:04 at the Galliano special. At that point, that made him 4-0 for 8 points, so still undefeated here. And that dropped Ricky Knight Jr. to 3-2 for 6 points. There was a nice little strike exchange early on before Galliano like really rocked him with an elbow. He hit a big standing senton for a 2 count. Ricky Knight Jr. hit a 450 splash later on, but Galliano was able to kick out somehow. And this is where I was like, okay, they're really trying to make this feel like a big match at least, which is more than I can say for a lot of the fucking people on these N1 shows, especially on the undercards. So, especially since Corrigan, I should say. But yeah, Galliano, he stays undefeated, getting his spinning DDT thing, which is the Galliano special. I thought they worked hard, had a good match. 3.5, which would put it in the upper echelon of N1 matches for me. So, good match here.
Yeah, Ricky Knight Jr., I just have in my notes that he is unfortunately good. I said...
Yeah, he's had a good tournament.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think his match with the Keno on the opening night is still up there in like my top 5 matches of the tournament. Like really, really good stuff. He's got a bit of Ospreyism, but I feel like that just kind of permeates the entire like British scene right now. So I can't single him out as the worst example of that. But Galeno, to me, at times, he's such a big guy, and it just doesn't feel like he hits as hard as he needs to. But it feels like he's starting to get there. Like, I think that was the encouraging thing to me about this tournament is like some of the Noah guys are starting to get there. Like the younger guys are starting to show like signs of improvement, especially Haratoki, like we'll get to with the Marufuji match in a night or two. I thought he's taken like some leaps forward, and Galeno too. I think he's starting to lay his stuff in a bit more.
Then we had the A block, Masa Kitamiya defeating Daga in 9:44 at the Stranglehold. So that made Masa 3-2 for 6 points and Daga 1-3 for 2 points. Daga, it was a very weird start. So Masa, obviously these two are in the same unit. They're both in 2000X. And Kitamiya is doing his whole attack the outside attendance routine when Daga like sort of attacks him, but not really. Like he just kind of tossed him in the ring so they could start the match. So I guess it was more like he was just impatient or something. It was just very weird. It was like, or is he like the savior of young boys in Black Menso Ray today? It was just a very strange little moment. But yeah, it was weird that didn't lead to him getting any actual advantage. I thought early on it was like a very house show level effort with Masa throughout this tournament. His ring work in these matches has just been him like very slowly pounding and stomping on people in this super boring way. And then he just kind of slaps on a chin lock, which doesn't bring up the excitement anymore. This is also when I went all caps about the Daga yelling woman in my notes, where I'm like, also the fucking Daga yelling woman is here again. Can this woman please get a new hobby or a job or something? Oh, John from Monday, you have 3 more shows of Daga woman to look forward to. So the me from Monday did not know what I was in for. I will say the longer it went on, the less annoying it got. Eventually it just became like, oh yeah, she's here again, whatever. Like this is probably the only show where I gave the all caps, because at that point, at a certain point, it became more funny than annoying. So, but yeah, then we had things picked up a little bit. Daga hit a German out of the corner. The landing did, I think, look a little bit weak, but then Kitamiya sold, sold it anyway. So maybe the landing being weak wasn't that big a deal. Then he hit a running lariat. Then they were both immediately down and selling again. But they did do more back and forth action from there, and it got better. So ultimately, before Masa made him tap out the stranglehold, I ended up giving them 3 stars. Like with Gentleman's 3. It was fine by the end, even though, again, it had a little bit of a boring start. So,
yeah, that's where I landed with it, too.
Then we had the B block match, Kano defeating Daiki Inaba in 12:58. So that moved Kendo to 3-2 for 6 points and dropped Daiki to 1-4. I really appreciated, first of all, Kano just sidestepping Inaba's fucking stupid second turnbuckle spear, where he stands there and fucking rocks himself back and forth for an hour before he actually hits it. So, like, it makes no sense that anyone ever gets hit by it, because he gives them so fucking long to avoid it. So, unfortunately, though, then Inaba tries to hit a second time, and it actually did hit successfully. So, there you go. But yeah, Kano hit a very nice kick combo at one point. He kept trying to put him away with a PK. Inaba kept kicking out. The crowd did briefly chant for him. They were getting behind him. But then, like, right after they got behind him, Kano got him in the crossface and he tapped out. So it was kind of like, that didn't last very long. But yeah, besides the goofy ass Inaba spear, I thought this was pretty good. It had a hot ending. So, this was like, this show in general, it felt, especially in these undercard matches, it felt like there was a little more effort than we had seen for a lot of last week. So yeah, I went 3 1/4. This was pretty good.
So, question, do you feel like, what's the worst move to you? Inaba's off the second rope spear or his off the top rope splash?
The spear.
I think the splash is worse.
Really? Okay. Well, tell me why.
So like I've been a guy that's gone up to the top rope. I've only done like 1, maybe 2 things off the top rope my entire life. and I'm nervous to get up to the top rope because a running theme here, I don't like heights. And Inaba just goes up to the top rope like a guy that doesn't like heights, and he's just not sure of his footwork on it.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, the delay on the splash that he used later on in the tournament, that to me was worse than the spear, because I think you at least get like a minor pop when he's like leaning off the ropes and they're like, oh, he's gonna slip, and then he holds on and then like hits the spear. You can at least like work with that a little bit as like a goofy thing that like people will pop for. Whereas like the splash off the top just looks bad objectively, I feel like.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. I just that there's something about the length of time he takes for the spear in particular that just makes it the one I hate the most. But I mean, the splash does not look good either. So, it's kind of like pick your poison there. The next match, A block, Kaito Kiyomiya defeating Oka Sasaki in 11:30 with the Skywalk elbow. So that moved Kaito to 2-2 for 4 points. Dropped Oka back to 1-3 for 2 points. And this is where I was like, we're back to boring. Neither of these guys did anything for me in this tournament. I mean, Kaito a little bit more than Oka, but like Kaito, the fucking goofy smiling routine when he gets slapped, I'm kind of over it. Like it was amusing the first few times, but it's not leading to anything. And it's just kind of like, yes, we get it. You're the Joker or whatever. Okay. It's just not, I don't know. It just feels very corny to me. And Oka Sasaki, this guy is just not turning into anything. I mean, he's a guy that he's not that young. I mean, I know he's only started out pretty recently, but like he's a guy I think Noah had high hopes for at one point. I mean, they matched him up against Nakamura, in that match, and like he just hasn't done anything. Like he doesn't feel like any kind of a star at all. He doesn't have any kind of presence. He just does his boring mat wrestling and just I don't know. I don't see it with him at all. And he doesn't seem particularly over either. And he's starting to become a guy where it's just like, maybe you got to cut your losses with this guy and just accept he's going to be a mid-carder. Maybe that's what they're already doing because, yeah, he does not feel special in this tournament at all. He didn't make any kind of a run. And, he didn't put in any effort either. And I thought, it was a very boring match. It's just very average. I went 2.5 stars on this.
Yeah, that's what I went to. I think it's tough to have any sort of standout when everybody's getting jobbed out to Fujita. But I agree. Sasaki feels like a guy that the quality of match he has is dependent on the opponent that he's in there with. And Kiyomiya is a good opponent, but Kiyomiya to me struggles with his finishing sequences, at least like in an overall perspective. Like I think when he gets it, and it's really good. But the skywalk elbow, if he doesn't set it up the right way, it just falls really flat to me. Like a lot of these matches, it felt like they just had like the body of a match, and then he'll climb up, hit the elbow, and that's a 3. And there's just no type of build to it that makes it any sort of like suspenseful like finishing sequence.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It's just very Kaito. What you said there is totally true. Like there's no, it doesn't feel like you're waiting for the elbow with like, waiting to see if whether or not he'll hit it, or like, it feels like you're really anticipating it. Just like, oh yeah, there's the elbow. So it is really, I don't know. He feels like he's at his, he had that one awesome match with Ozawa back at Korakuen where he first started doing all this wacky stuff with, the Joker mode or whatever, but it's not leading anywhere. And he's just, I don't know if he's not putting in the same effort. It feels like now he definitely is not trying to have great matches in this M1. And maybe it's just down to knowing he's not being pushed right now, but he need for this M1 to be great, he would have had to be great, especially with Ozawa being out. I mean, Ozawa would have brought some excitement to these shows, even if it's not going to be like a great work rate tournament for him. He would have had that, his charisma and his stick would have brought more excitement. Ozawa being out, they needed Kaito to really step up for the excitement level, and he just didn't do it. I mean, he just was not very good in this tournament. So it's not like he was horrible or anything, but he was not a standout guy or anything. So that's what they needed him to be. So
yeah, Noah hasn't always done him right in terms of his booking, but like a certain level of like personal responsibility in that is him taking the opportunities that he's given. And like what you're saying with Ozawa being out, that was really a time to show them, hey, don't pass me up for Ozawa. Like, I still have a lot of miles left in my tank. And at least in the smaller like undercards or like the tour shows, he didn't show a lot more beyond what he was given.
The main event was Tetsuya Endo defeating Kazuyuki Fujita in exactly 7 minutes with a crucifix hold. It was a short nothing match. Endo hits this shooting star press. Fujita kicks out at 1 for his fucking finish, and then Endo immediately rolls him up and pins him. This is Fujita's first loss. He went to 4-1 for 8 points, while Endo became 3-1 for 6 points. What a way for this guy to take his first fucking loss, I will say.
It doesn't get better.
Yeah, a bad match here, 2 stars. And this was the main event.
Yeah, I wrote that he pulled an Austin Aries of Bound for Glory and kicked out right after the pin and was up throwing a tantrum to the point that Endo was down selling, and they had to get Fujita out of the ring to let Endo do the promo at the end.
Then you have N1 Victory Night 6. So that was 2 days later on Wednesday the 17th. This was from Osaka Edion Arena number 2. This did 705 fans. So this is a pretty good number, actually. I mean, Tokyo Joshi's Princess Cup semifinals in August only did 422 in this building. The Marigold Dreamstar Grand Prix did 615 and 601 for their doubleheader. The last All Japan show in July did 795, but they did kind of load up that show. Stardom usually does around 500 or 600 for the regular stop. Their one this month in a couple of days actually might do better because they have a lot. That show only has a few categories left. Last time I checked, and New Japan did 967 for Best of Super Junior, which I think might be the sellout number. But yeah, 705, not bad. So, opened up here with the A block, or the tournament matches opened up. I mean, with Manabu Soya defeating Daga in 934. That got Soya to 2-3 for 4 points and dropped Daga to 1-4 for 2 points. Of course, the Daga Yeller was still here. But yeah, these two, they worked a little harder right off the opening bell than we've seen in some of the other shows. Daga hit a nice dive to the outside in the opening minutes. He went after Soya's arm for a bit. I've seen lazier holds, especially in this tournament, and less interesting selling too. Less interested selling, I should say, than Soya was doing here. We got a Rana from Soya. Always looks impressive when a guy his size does it. And he got a nice lariat for a 2 count. And he locked down the Dragon Sleeper, and that got the submission. The finish was a little flat. It felt like it came out a little out of nowhere. But this was still a pretty good opener. I enjoyed it. I went 3.25.
Yeah, that's what I had too. I put in my notes that I think there's a really good babyface buried in Daga somewhere. I don't know if we'll ever get to see it, but yeah, I think there's potential there.
There you go. The next match, back to B block, Ricky Knight Jr. defeats Daiki Inaba with the they actually call it the Rikishi driver. That's kind of funny. Doesn't he call it the Ricky Knight? Doesn't he call it the Ricky Knight driver or something? Or the Ricky? Maybe that's why. Oh, maybe that's why. Oh, it translates to Rikishi driver. Maybe it's Ricky driver. It doesn't matter. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. He beats Daiki Inaba to go to 4-2 and drop Inaba to 1-5. This had some pretty decent back and forth action through the first 5 minutes. But again, there's something I feel is a little over the top, bordering on like very corny, the way that Inaba was selling, especially so early in a match. Like, I will say he did the fucking goofy spear faster this time. He didn't spend nearly as much time hanging off the second rope as usual, and it didn't look like the opponent had an hour or so to move out of the way. So that was an improvement. But yeah, Ricky Knight Jr. wins with the Fire Thunder driver. 3 stars. Totally fine match here.
Yeah, I was in that neighborhood. The only real note that I had on this match was Ricky Knight did this weird thing where, I noticed it because, I've done it too, where, if I'm working with a guy that I feel like is not, super experienced and I'm worried that they're going to kick out, that, when I pin them, I'll grab their arm. And so when the 2 count hits, I can pull their arm up. And it's kept inadvertently picking Inaba up, right before the 3. almost like he thought like, oh, Inaba's gonna forget to kick out, so I have to like pull his arm up so he kicks out, which I thought was just a weird thing because like Inaba just he comes off like a really hard worker. Um, but yeah, I don't know if Knight just didn't trust him or like what it was, but it's like he kept like pulling him up off of the covers, like he didn't think he was going to remember to kick out. It's just weird to me.
Then we had the B block match. Now Michi Marufuji defeating Harutoki in 11:04 with the Shiranai. That moved him up to 4-1 at the time, and Harutoki was now 1-4. Marufuji, he took us back to the land of boring house show ass N1 matches here. This match was boring as fuck. I was like begging them to end it every time Harutoki kicked out of another stupid knee. But then Marufuji finally just put him away with the Shiranai. Completely average and boring match. Nothing wrong with it, really, besides being so average and boring. So 2.5.
I actually really like this match.
Okay.
To me, I felt like it was very encouraging. Like the booking of Harutoki, like there's a clear distinguishment between where Marufuji is and Harutoki. But I felt like he gave him a lot. It seemed like Marufuji liked working with Harutoki. And yeah, he just gave him a lot of spots. He gave him a lot of kickouts. I thought Harutoki showed good fire, and I feel like he's improved a lot during the tournament. Like just getting the reps in against like more experienced guys and better guys. So in a world of Noah where you have to deal with Fujita beating people in like sub 7 minute matches, seeing Marufuji and Harutoki get a little bit of time and Harutoki getting some kickouts, that made me feel a little bit better about like the direction that we're going.
The next match was actually a tag. I decided to watch this since it was right in the middle anyway. It was Hiromu appearing. It was pretty good. So Hiromu Takahashi and Amakusa defeating Eita and Daiki Odashima. Hiromu pinning Daiki in 11:22 at the time bomb. This had better action than a lot of the N1 matches to this point, especially once they really got going. So a great slap exchange between Hiromu and Eita, and Hiromu ultimately pins Daiki with the time bomb. I went 3 1/4. And then afterward is what you talked about earlier with Junta Miyawaki coming out to challenge Hiromu. Hiromu called him a salad. That was kind of funny. He said the salad is here before the steak. I guess the steak would be Eita.
Interesting way to describe Junta Miyawaki.
Then we had Jack Morris and Galliano just going to a 13-minute and 50-second double ring out. So, or how do you say is it Galeno? Galliano? I don't know. I think I'm saying it incorrectly.
It's like Galeno. You're the only person that can say Galliano. But
I'm a very bad pronunciator in any language, so I'm probably just pronouncing it wrong. So yeah, let's say Galeno. But yes, time limit draw. Galeno goes to 4 wins and 1 draw, so he's still undefeated at this point for 9 points. While this was Jack's final match because he didn't have a match on either of the final 2 shows, because one of them was supposed to be his normal like missing match because they had a lot of guys skip a show. Then the other one, the final night, he was supposed to face Ozawa, so obviously that got canceled. So they'll have Morris at 5-1-1 for 11 points. So Galeno, he kept repeatedly charging into Jack's boot in the corner and then getting the crowd to go, oh, to slowly bring his head back up. I mean, that's funny, but it's also super goofy for a tournament match. And again, very house show-like. Morris ends up hitting a dive to Galeno to the floor all the way over the barricade. And then they both just couldn't beat the count despite being like right there when the ref reached 20. I'm not sure What'd you say, sorry?
I said I hate that.
Yeah, like I didn't really buy that they were that exhausted or beat up that they should have been getting counted out there when they were that close. But they needed the double count out for reasons that would become obvious. They wanted to do the with the points being all fucked up with Ozawa being out. They wanted to do that final B block tiebreaker on the last night to give the B block some some juice and like a big moment. And they did end up having a much better match on that final night, as we'll talk about. But yeah, this match was pretty much nothing. I went 2.5 stars on it.
Yeah, I thought it was a decent match. I really like the Code Red that Morris gave Galeno, which he did again on the spoiler alert on the last night there. But yeah, I thought it was like decent to good match. But like you said, like it just speaks to like intentionality in a match and like what you're trying to portray to the audience. And on the count out, it's like if they were fighting and it's like they were both clawing to get back in the ring to beat the count, that would have like more energy. But it's like they both just kind of slowly crawled and just sort of held on to each other as the ref reached 20. And it's like if Morris had done the dive and then they had just traded punches and then like at 19 they both knocked each other out and fell down, I think that would have felt a lot more just fulfilling if they had done something like that. We're like, oh, we can't make it because we're exhausted. This was just like they kind of just sat there and like, we're not gonna try.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it felt very, very flat as an ending. A block, Kenta defeats Oka Sasaki in 11:53. So that moves Kenta up to 3-2 and drops Oka to 1-4. I don't know what the fuck. Like Kenta must just be so beat up that even though he can do these great matches, like he had a 4.5-star match for me this year with Kano not that long ago. He's had some other really great performances in Noah, but like he's been fucking bad in this tournament. I thought this was another bad match where he just can't do anything, it feels like. And I guess it's just too many matches in a row where his body just cannot handle it without doing these like just lifeless, boring matches. And he's in there against Oka, who I just buried for the last review, where again they just didn't do anything. It was like Oka slowly working over Kenta's leg. We got a slow motion O'Connor roll out of the corner where time seemed to come to a dead stop and they just couldn't really get all the way over. For Oka just locked on a death lock instead. I was like, what the fuck was that? It just, I don't know. Like, it felt like he's putting less, because okay, he put so much effort into this Noah run up to this point, but it feels like he's putting less effort into the N1 specifically than he put into his average G1 as a fucking Bullet Club t-shirt wearing scummer. I mean, it was very bizarre. Even his overhead slaps of his didn't have quite the same impact or snap to them on a lot of these shows, including this one. So yeah, Kenta cradled Oka for the pin when he kept trying to reapply his leg lock, which mercifully ended this fucking match. 2 stars. It was bad.
Yeah, not a lot to get excited about for Kenta. I agree. I feel like in some ways Kenta is at the point that Marufuji was like 2 or 3 years ago, where it's like he can get up for the big matches, but just not the rank and file stuff. And it feels like he's thought a lot of the N1 was just rank and file. Like, I don't have to show up for this, especially with like, you talk about house show, like his opening bits of like throwing the t-shirt to the crowd. Like he's done that a lot of times.
Yeah, I don't, it's very, there were a few times he milked it so long. I was just like, is this ever going to end? But, so the next match was Kaito Kiyomiya defeating Tetsuya Endo in 14:26 with the Skywalk elbow. That moved Kaito up to 3-2 and dropped Endo down to 3-2. This was very good. I mean, I just finished saying that Kaito was not good in this tournament. This was his big highlight of match of the tournament. And this was like, so I only have 3 matches at 3 3/4 or better. 2 of them were on night 1. Endo versus Daga, my only 4-star match of the tournament, and Kanao versus Ricky Knight Jr., which is 3 3/4. This is the only other match in this entire tournament so far that I have at 3 3/4. So this was really, really good. They basically went out there and actually did some cool fucking moves, which I'm not trying to be too much of a work rady all the time. I'm not always like, I can deal with like, there's matches with stories that I like. There's matches that take it slower that I like. I love technical wrestling, like they've done a lot in Stardom this year in the Starlight Kid title reign. But especially when all you're getting are these boring house show ass matches, just seeing these 2 guys go out there and do some fucking cool moves, like this big reversal sequence that ended with Kaito hitting this huge Canadian destroyer on Endo, that felt like an oasis in the desert at this point. I was like, finally, some cool fucking moves in this tournament. There was still, I thought, a little too much, both guys selling their exhaustion stuff way too early in the match, though, and maybe that, more than anything, is what held it back from getting to like 4-star level. But things did pick up again. Kaito did his Psycho Koda impression, his Psycho Koda Ibushi impression, when he was like beating on Endo against the ropes, and Endo fired back with a series of hard slaps and hit 2 exploder suplexes. But Kaito rolled out of the way of the modified shooting star, which left both guys down again. Kaito got the Tiger suplex hold and the Tiger driver, and Endo did survive both of those. But Kaito finally puts him away at the Skywalker elbow, which, to your point from before, this felt one of the only times we actually did escalate up to the elbow instead of just Kaito hitting it out of nowhere. So, like I said, a little bit too much laying around in between the cool sequences, but I still thought it was very good. Easily the best non-Korakuen, N1 victory match. So 3 3/4.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've got it as the best match for both guys. Yeah, they really brought it.
That brings us to Saturday, so yesterday on September 20th, from the Axe City Hamamatsu in Shizuoka. This is the rare building on this tour I've actually been to. So this show, it was in front of 494 fans. That's a pretty bad number, I feel like, for Hamamatsu. I mean, for comparison, Stardom did 1,045 for their 5-star GP show there about a month or so ago, and New Japan did 1,730 for the G1. So it's a pretty big room in that building. I think the New Japan number is pretty close to sold out, if not sold out. But it doesn't have any kind of like stand seating, but it's just like a big, large, one big hall, basically. Maybe they were in the... There is like a sub room too, so they could have been in the smaller room for all I know. But even then, I don't think 494 would be a very good number. So,
so I got a question like right before we get into it. Is the lighting in that building like a blue tent? Or is that just how it looks like on the stream?
That's a good question. Maybe that is a sub. Maybe that is just about maybe this was the sub building then. Because I definitely don't remember a blue tint. I just remember that it had like the very hospital lighting, like the very bright white lighting. So maybe it was like a sub.
Yeah, like on the Wrestle Universe stream, it almost looked like the cameras weren't like white balanced. Like it just looked like everything was kind of blown out. Like it looked weird production wise.
Let me bring it up actually with a muted TV because I'm just curious now if I could recognize that it was the. Oh God, why won't this let me mute my TV? Anyway, so because I'm curious if it did actually have like that kind of if it was like the sub room. I don't remember the thing you're talking about, so I'm just curious. While I load that up though, the B block first match was Kano defeating Harutoki in 8 minutes and 38 seconds. That moved Kano to 4-2 and dropped Harutoki to 1-5. I thought this had a nice little energetic start with a tope from Harutoki. I've also seen better topes though, so it's not like it was fabulous or anything. But it had a after that though, he did a missile dropkick off the top that seemed to catch poor Kano right in the face. I was like, oh, that had to suck. But even when it did slow down after that quite a bit, we at least got the always stiff kicks from Kano. Kano is like the MVP of this tournament because he was one of the only people that consistently tried, I thought. So it definitely was. Okay, so I feel like this was the same. Actually, no, maybe this was the sub building because now I'm looking at the one shot looked. That did almost look like the same room I was in. I think that, I think this was the same room I was in. I think maybe they did install like lighting or something because when they first show the room, it does look gigantic and it looks like there's probably, different. It looks like there's a lot more space than they're filling here. But then they do turn the lights down here, and maybe that is one of the things that creates the blue lighting effect. Because the show I went to was a house show. So it was a New Japan Road to Sakura Genesis house show. So maybe they wouldn't have any reason to turn the lights down. They didn't film it. So yeah, maybe it's just what it looks like when you're filming it. I don't know. But yeah, anyway. So Kano and Harutoki. Harutoki misses a moonsault off the top, and that let Kano really go to work with his kicks. Although there was a really weird one where it so clearly missed that I thought Harutoki was meant to abduct it, but they just laid there selling while Kano awkwardly stood there and then covered him, was not a
Yeah.
match killer or anything, but because they moved on very quickly and it stayed solid after that. Just a weird one. Actually, why don't you talk? I'm sure you must have had a moment like that in your wrestling career, right? Where like time stands still. It's really like something, right?
Every goddamn week of my life, I will throw a strike and like miss. Like last night in my match, I threw a punch, but like credit to myself, I was looking out for it. And then I watched this match after my match last night, but I threw a punch last night and I missed by a mile. And I was like, oh God, that looked bad. And so I just grabbed him real quick and threw like another punch. And it looked way better than the first one because I swear it was like 10 miles off. But yeah, no, you get a lot of that. So maybe that's why I rated this match like 2 3/4 is it was like just affirming to me, like, all right, if the ace of the universe Keno can like miss a kick and Ulka, or Harutoki sells it, yeah, it can happen to anybody.
See, I went quite a bit higher than that. So Kano puts me at the top rope double stomp. I went 3 1/4. I thought besides that weird botch, it was really enjoyable. So I liked it. And
Yeah,
the botch did not take enough away from me to go any lower. So
well, thank you. I will ride that high. Every time I miss a strike, I'll think, it's all right. John Carroll liked the Keno match. So.
I mean, they moved on so quickly. I feel like sometimes guys get really stuck after a botch, and that can really tank the match. Here, they're just like, all right, Keno did his cover, and they're just like, okay, they just kept going. So it really didn't take anything away from me.
Yeah, the lesson is just keep going, kids.
Yeah, pretty much. Then we had Block A, Ulka Sasaki defeating Daga in 10:44. So that made Ulka 2-4 and Daga 1-5. The Daga woman, she followed him here again. She will follow him to the end of the earth, as we discovered. Because here she was in Hamamatsu. Now look, Hamamatsu, maybe this woman went on a great tour of Japan, because Hamamatsu is like in a nice little area. There's a lot of onsen. I went to a great onsen there once. She could have stopped in Shizuoka, which is a great little city in Japan that's like only 20 minutes away. So there's a lot to do in Japan. So maybe she was just going on the whole tour and just yelling for Daga was her bonus. But I mean, I've kind of always wanted to do this, honestly, what she did. I just wouldn't spend go on like one of these tours and just follow them city to city. It's like one of those like bucket list things for me to do. I just wouldn't do it to yell Daga the entire time. So, but yeah, very boring match here. They mostly just stayed on the mat, not an interesting way or anything. And it picked up a little right towards the end with a decent strike exchange. And then I liked that Olga just kind of like pulled back on Daga on the mat and got a very quick tap. But all that did was take it to average territory for me. So yeah, 2.5 stars again, as Olga seemed to live in that territory this entire tournament. So
Okay, so I got to pause everything. I loved this match.
okay.
I have in all caps, shoot wrestling legend Daga. There was something about like the way that they were chaining at the very beginning that was just like really impressive to me. Like Daga's fluidity on everything. I thought he just like transitioned very well from like everything that they did. I love the submission stuff on the ground. I thought, yeah, I don't know. I just thought everything was really compelling. This was on like the higher end of like Daga matches for me. And I feel like Daga has like really exceeded my expectations like this entire tournament. Which like going in to me, Daga was one of the weakest people in the lineup. And I thought like, especially in the opening night against Endo, I felt like he over delivered, and I felt like he over delivered against Ulka here tonight. Like, I don't know. I love this match. I thought everything was good. The finish was good. Everything built well. And it was just really like watertight execution of like basics, which maybe it's just a personal bias or something. But I'm just a sucker for seeing like the basics done like really well and really tight. So.
Well, there you go. I mean, it just might be a thing where I'm so out on Olga, I didn't give it enough of a shot or something. But yeah, it did not grab me. I mean, there have been times I really like mat work. It just the mat work here did not grab me for whatever reason. Then we had the A block, Masa Kitamiya defeating Tetsuya Endo in 11:48. That put Kitamiya to 4-2 and dropped Endo to 3-3. I thought for the most part it was pretty exciting, fun back and forth when they were in the ring. but the crowd brawling part really slowed it down for me. And then it has a super weak countout finish with Masa winning after just like hitting Endo with a chair out there. And his character, this chairman character, has been such a drag on his matches for me, where he's not, instead of just doing these like big beefy matches where he's just beating people up, it's just having this. It's like having Ishii do this shit or something. Like I don't know, it just doesn't work for me. It's just very. A lot of people seem to really like the chairman, so maybe it's just me. But so far, this is not doing anything for me. So far, it just feels like a guy having worse matches on purpose. And he's not the most charismatic guy anyway. So, like, him doing this heel stuff with, like, his stupid laugh and everything, it's just not... Maybe eventually I'll warm up to it and I'll get used to it, but so far it's not landing with me at all. It was fine. I didn't hate this match or anything. I went 3 stars. But, yeah, in general, I'm not that into the Kitamiya thing.
Yeah, I'm probably more into the Kitamiya thing than you are, but I think for me, like the finish of the match brought up like a logistical problem of like in canon, like if you're thinking about this logically, which like you should probably never do when you're thinking about professional wrestling, but if you can do this where you just have your manager interfere for like half the match and then just beat the fuck out of the guy and win by countout, why would you not be doing that from night one?
Yeah,
like
it doesn't make any sense. Like at least House of Torture tries it in like every match.
Exactly. Yeah. Like if they were going to do this, like I can hear an argument of like when they did that weird finish with Tadasuke earlier on, where like Tadasuke just hit Kenta with a chair, or not Kenta, whoever it was that Tadasuke just hit with the chair for the DQ finish. I understand, like, okay, like you're testing the waters of like what you can get away with, and like you failed that night, but then you try to push the envelope a little bit further. But it didn't even feel like a narrative, like a cohesive narrative, where it's like, all right, we got DQ'd on night one, but like this is what we're going to do the rest of the time. This was just like an out of nowhere, like, hey, I'm just going to beat the fuck out of the guy with a weapon, and my manager's going to distract the reps so we can't get DQ'd. And it's like, if you're going to do that type thing, I think at least like have it where that's what you're going for every night. And either like you're getting foiled from it or like whatever happens, like that's where the creativity comes in, is like, hey, the booker telling you, hey, you're going to have your manager interfere every single night. How you lose is up to you from there on out. Like, pitch me some ideas of like what we're going to do with this. But it just felt like just an aberration, like outside of the pattern. Because if you can get away with this much interference on one night, why are you not trying that every single time? Because
No, I totally agree. It's a great point I didn't even think of. Next match, A block. Kenta defeats Kazuyuki Fujita in 13:28 with the Bushiyaku knee kick. The auto translate for that is very funny, by the way. Knee kick to ugly.
it was very knee kick to ugly.
Kenta goes to 4-2 for 8 points here, and Fujita drops to 4-2 for 8 points. So for two guys whose tournaments I did not like at all, this match was good. It started with a recreation of the famous Go Fujita stare down to start. Not nearly that long, though, because Kenta then rolled out of the ring pretty quickly. They did a hard forearm exchange for the real start before Fujita just put him down with a shoulder block. So this was not like the fastest paced match in history, but it was at least stiff. And the crowd got behind Kenta louder than they got behind anybody all night at this point. The negative for the match was when we went to the floor for more slow motion brawling, as it was the second match in a row where that killed a bit of the momentum. But Kenta did, kick at Fujita's leg at the railing. The ref then came over and helped Fujita's leg get free, or helped Fujita free his leg, which I thought was very weird. But yeah, then Kenta ends up putting him away with several Bushiyaku knees in a row, and Fujita hilariously kicked out a 3.1 again. What a dude. But yeah, this was not the smoothest fourth match you'll ever see, but I still enjoyed it quite a bit. It did feel like it had that war of attrition type of feel. So again, a very rare, strong performance from both these guys in this tournament. I went 3.5 stars. Good match.
Yeah, I want to hate Fujita more than I do. I hate the way that he has to be booked, but I don't necessarily hate his matches. like, he's very over, but I mean, also you're going to be over if you Brock Lesnar yourself and just refuse to go down to anything. Like, yeah, there's some stuff that I enjoy from Fujita, but it's just like preposterous to me that it takes like 6 knees for Kenta to finally beat him.
Then we had the B block. Naomichi Marufuji defeats Galeno in 8:56. It moved Marufuji to 5-1 for 10 points, and Galeno at this point was 4-1-1 for 9 points. This was a boring, nondescript match, as usual for Marufuji, and he wins it out of nowhere with a cradle. I had like no notes for this one because it just felt like absolutely nothing happened in this match. You know, there was this pretty bad dive to the floor for Marufuji at one point. Like, that's the most notable thing. So it wasn't horrendous, but it was below average. So, like, 2.25, not that good. It was Galeno's first loss though, so that was notable.
Yeah, it was a short version of a better match that they have in them.
Then we had Kaito Kiyomiya defeating Manabu Soya in 13:54 with a skywalk elbow. That moves Kaito up to 4-2 and drops Soya to 2-4. Again, I thought this had a pretty boring start. And again, for a main event, I cannot stress enough how many of these N1 matches feel super slow and plodding. I mean, guys just like walk around, hit one chop. They don't follow up with anything. It just doesn't feel like people out there taking this tournament seriously, like you'd expect for like what's supposed to be your big tournament of the year. Soya does hit a power slam off the top, which was the first move of note in the match. Then they just scream in each other's faces for a while, which is really more of a comedy spot than anything. The crowd did love it, though. They laughed, but they were into it. Right after that, though, we did get some very hard lariats from Soya with a Death Valley driver in between as the match did finally start picking up. But then Kaito just put him away before much longer for the elbow drop. So, this was really good for like 3 minutes. Kind of boring before that. So I went Gentleman's 3 at the end of a meh, it was fine type of N1 show. It didn't have like the lows again. Like pretty much everything this week was like that, where like it didn't have some of the really low lows like last week's shows did, but it still didn't have that many highs. So
yeah, I thought it was a fine match, but there just wasn't really any story to it, which is the story of a lot of the N1 this year.
Then we have our N1 final show from earlier today on Sunday the 21st from the Light Cube Utsunomiya in Tochigi. So this show did a crowd of 617 for just I guess to compare again. Starting with a 5-star, they did a double header. They did 542 and 502 last month for the 5-star. All Japan did 598 for their Odo tournament show just a couple weeks ago. So Noah did beat all those numbers. Stardom did have the best number in this building of the year so far, though, which was 896 for the Path of Thunder show back in February. So still quite a bit above this show. But they did beat the 5-star. They beat the Odo tournament, so that's something. B block, the tournament opener here. And a lot of matches in the show were pretty pointless at this point. This was the final block night, and a lot of these people were eliminated already. So pretty much for the B block, only 2 matches mattered. So the first 2 matches did not matter. Daiki Inaba defeated Harutoki here in 10-21. So that means Daiki finishes at 2-5 for 4 points, and Harutoki finishes at 1-6 for 2 points. It was a total M1 special here. A perfectly fine little match that's impossible to have any strong feelings or even real takeaways from. Until I did get to something I could have strong feelings about. The Inaba corner rocking back and forth spear. So it missed again here the first time, which it should miss every time. But the second time he fucking hit it. So points off for that. And then he hit the splash that you also hate. So that got the pin. I went 2 3/4. So would have been 3 if I didn't hate that fucking spear so much. So there you go.
Yeah, spear.
you have nothing else to say about this one. It's fine. There's really, what else is there to say? It existed. Yeah, then we had the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that's a lot of the N1.
Yeah. We have one of the A block matches that didn't matter. I think this was the only A block match that didn't matter. Actually, I think the other ones, both the other 3 all did, I think. But yeah, so the A block match here was Manabu Soya defeating Oka Sasaki in 7:08. So that moved Soya to 3-4 for 6 points and dropped Oka to 2-5 for 4 points. Another totally average and nondescript match, like Olga had this entire tournament, and Soya won it with a lariat. 2.5 stars, completely average.
The only thing that I really liked in this match was there was some weird submission by Olka where he had him like in a hammerlock, but he was in front of him and he was doing like a bridge backwards. So like his head was in Soya's chest. I don't know. I just thought it was interesting. I was like, that's a cool hold. Might have to steal that one.
There you go. That's the life of a wrestler, right? Always looking for stuff to steal.
Yeah. That's me just watching Zack Sabre Jr. matches and being like, God damn, that's good. I got to take that.
Then we had the B block, Galeno defeating Kano in 6 minutes and 14 seconds with the Galeno special. So this made Galeno 5-1-1 for 11 points, tied him with Jack Morris, who remember was inactive. They both would have been eliminated if Marufuji had won his next match. Which he didn't, as well. So obviously that Galeno ended up going to the tiebreaker, and that's why they kept this short. Kano, because he had to wrestle the second match later that night. But yeah, Kano finished with 4-3 for 8 points. Good start to this one. Galeno was like controlling it with his size. Kano was trying to stay in it with his fast kicks. It was a good, simple little story. He did manage to hit a big German suplex on the big man to put him down for a bit. He had a pair of PKs for a 2 count just before the 5-minute call. Then a third PK, which also got a 2 count. Galeno rolled out of the way of the top rope double stomp, though, hit this big discus lariat to take back control, followed by an even more enormous lariat, and Kano landed right on his neck for that. That looked really cool. That got a near fall, but then Galeno just hit the Galeno special, and he put Kano away cleanly and very quickly. So it was fun while it lasted. It was very short. Again, they had to keep Galeno from being winded, but it did feel so definitive to have Kano, of all people, lose in 6 minutes. I mean, I guess he was he out of it already? I don't know. Did he lose to Marufuji? No, he was out of it already because he lost to Marufuji. So he would have he would have been eliminated no matter what. But yeah, it just felt very definitive here. I went 3.25. It was pretty good. It felt like they could have a way better match if they got more time, but what we got was still pretty good.
Yeah, I went 2.5. I don't know. It didn't do anything for me. Like you said, there was some good stuff, but it was just so short. Like I just struggled to give anything more than a 2.5 to something that barely went over 5 minutes.
Then we had the B block, Ricky Knight Jr. defeating Narumichi Marufuji in 9:44. So that moved Ricky Knight up to 5-2 for 10 points, and Marufuji stays at 5-2 or stays at 10 points. He's also 5-2. So we had Jack Morris watching this at ringside because if Ricky Knight won, then he would have had to face Galeno in the tiebreaker, which is what happened because obviously they went to that draw. So it's an unbreakable tie now. You got some hard chops early, which you always at least get that with Marufuji, but also some awkward spots, which you always get with Marufuji nowadays as well. And the Knight ended up pinning him with a backslide out of nowhere. It was fine. The hard chops kept me interested. The awkward spots kept it at a ceiling, but I thought it was like 3 stars. There were worse Marufuji matches in this tournament.
Yeah, my only real note was the moonsault into the super kick that Ricky Knight did. My point of reference on this is like Shelton Benjamin and Shawn Michaels from like 2005 when Shelton like springboarded into the super kick.
Mm-hmm.
And that's still like one of the most revered like gifs in wrestling internet history. And it's like, it just feels like a spot like that should have so much more gravitas than what it does. Like if that had been the finish or if they had built to it in some way, like it could have been something really, really cool. But it was just sort of an Osprey type spot where like, hey, I'm going to do the coolest thing you've ever seen, but it's going to be like halfway through the match and we're just going to keep going and like it's not going to result to anything. So I think that's the extent of my critiques for Ricky Knight Jr. is he does a lot of awesome stuff and he's really good. It's just if he's slowed down, listen to me, the old wrestler, just slow down, kid. But if they had just paced it a little bit differently, that spot could have been extremely remarkable. But it just felt lost in the shuffle for an overall like decent match. But you could have got more mileage out of what you've done.
Then we had Kento and Daga. So I'm not going to go through all the scenarios. There were 4 guys at 8 points. So, there were different scenarios where they could have moved on, or, different people would have had different tiebreakers on different people. Kaito was one of the people alive, and he lost to Daga in 10:27. So Kaito finishes at 8 points. He finishes at 4-3, while Daga goes to 2-5 at 4 points. Of course, the annoying Daga yelling woman was an Utsunomiya. I wouldn't have expected anything else at this point. So, but yeah, this was another one of these matches where I early on, especially, I really had no idea what notes to even take down. I mean, they just kind of did some moves to each other. There was nothing particularly interesting or notable here. Daga did use the Shining Wizard on Kaito. He popped up doing his fucking smiling thing. Then he no-sold a bunch of slaps to the face and hit a standing Shining Wizard, then a regular Shining Wizard for a 2 count. He let himself get distracted by Yoshitatsu on the apron, and Daga was able to hit a Brainbuster for his own 2 count. That was just for the 10-minute call. Yoshitatsu got back on the apron. Kaito shoved Daga into him and hit a Rana, but then Daga just kind of rolled through the Rana into a sunset flip type cradle for basically a clean pin, which eliminated Kaito. Not the finish I was expecting there, honestly. But, it picked up a little at the end, but it still wasn't very good. It was just okay. 2 3/4. Just not anything to write home about at all.
I guess I just love Daga because I love this match.
I guess that you and the Daga woman, you're a match made in heaven.
Yeah, if I can ever get my ass on an airplane, you'll hear me yelling Daga from the crowd.
That'll be your meet cute. Like you'll yell Daga, and she'll yell Daga, and you'll meet come closer and closer together. And the camera will zoom in on the 2 of you, and it'll be like a match made by fate. The 2 Dagas. But what did you like about this match?
I don't know. There's just something about the snap of like Daga's moveset. I really like the finish too. Yeah, there's just a lot to like about Daga right now. I'm into it. And then Yoshitatsu, I feel like Yoshitatsu is like an underappreciated manager in some sense.
I love that he has that light up X jacket now. It's so fucking funny.
Oh yeah, dude, I died for the when he jumped up on the apron. Apparently, like it changes colors or whatever too, and I didn't realize that until he got up on the apron. And then like he's there, and then it's white. And as he's arguing with the ref, like it turns gold, and I was like, "Oh, that's so cool." So yeah, I'm a sucker for his gear, and then just the fact that like the last couple of years of his career, he was just like the absolute geek of all geeks. And now he's just a little geek manager. I just can't help but like find the charm in that he's not a threat as a wrestler, but if you're in there against a threat, he adds on to that. Like he's the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Yeah, it is something. I mean, he definitely, like, I miss having him at ringside for the massive matches because I don't think Tadasuke is nearly as good at it. So
yeah, no, definitely.
Then the A block, continuing on the A block, Masa Kitamiya defeats Kazuyuki Fujita in 12:44 at the Stranglehold. So Fujita ends up at 4-3 for 8 points. Of course, it was referee stoppage because Fujita was not going to tap. But yeah, Fujita ends up at 4-3 for 8 points. Kitamiya ends at 5-2 for 10 points. So that made the next match super important because at this point, Kenta had beaten Kitamiya. So Kenta had won the next match. Kenta would have won the block on the tiebreaker. If he didn't win or it was a draw or loss for him, then Kitamiya would win the block, which is of course what happened. But yeah, the early shots like back and forth and some of the ringside brawling were okay, but it very quickly got boring back to the ring. We got a very long figure 4 from Fujita. Masa hit some lazy chair shots with the ref distracted. And I was just struggling to find anything about this match interesting at all. It was so fucking slow too. And then Kitamiya just kicks him, or just puts him in the stranglehold, and the ref stops the match because of course Fujita can't submit, like I said. This was not good. I continue not to get it with heel Masa. Thought this was a 2-star match. Pretty bad.
I think we're glossing over the point that Fujita got wrecked with a chair on the outside and took a pile driver on the chair, and they teased the count out. But it's like when Fujita took the pile driver on the chair, he just stood up and he didn't walk towards Kitamiya, but like he didn't sell it either. He was just like, I have taken a pile driver on the chair. I cannot walk, but I will not go down. Like he sold it in the most Fujita way possible. I wrote down 3 stars, but I said in parentheses, I guess. I, there were parts of it that I enjoyed, but the overall story is Fujita being the blight that he is on Noah booking. Like, I think Fujita has a lot to contribute to Noah still as a wrestler. Like, I don't think he's a bad wrestler. It's just his refusal to do jobs or like sell for people that is the problem for me. Because, like you said, even though he lost via submission, it wasn't like he tapped out. It's like he just sat there and the ref called it off on behalf of him. He didn't actually, give you any catharsis of like, okay, Kitami has finally overcome the obstacle of Fujita, who's beaten him, like 3 or 4 times at this point. It was like the ref had to step in and stop the thing. So yeah, I don't know what it is in the Noah hierarchy that no one is stepping in and saying, Fujita, you have to learn how to do jobs or you're not going to get booked anymore. Because this man is single-handedly politicking for himself to an absurd degree.
I think it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, yeah, that's just Fujita. And he does have his fans. So I think they just don't want to run him off, Because I mean, I'm sure if they try to tell him you have to do more jobs or whatever, he would just leave. So I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. But can't really. It didn't. I don't know. It's like I just wouldn't have put him in this tournament.
No, I wouldn't have either.
Yeah. But anyway.
Well, it's one of those things like the federations that I work in. It's like if we had someone. And I'm talking like the lower level of like the Southeast Indies, right? If there was someone that was like, I am not going to do jobs, and if I am, like, I'm still going to look strong. Like that person just wouldn't get booked. But this person, Fujita, is in like a semi-major company in Japan. Like however you want to rank them, they're within like the top 5 like biggest companies in Japan by like business metrics. And this man is just saying, oh, I'm not going to do jobs. And if I do, I'm going to be pissed off about it and I'm going to pout about it. And it's like, if that stuff's not going to fly in bingo halls and church lobbies in the Southeast, I don't understand how it's flying in one of the bigger companies in Japan.
Yeah, I think it's just he gets away with it because he gets away with it is all it comes down to, I guess. But like he just said, that's just how he is. And, Nosawa's tight with him and Nosawa's the booker. So,
yeah, somebody's got to step in.
Then we had the A block, the final A block match here. Tetsuya Endo does indeed defeat Kenta in 15:02 with the modified shooting star press. So Endo finishes at 4-3 and Kenta also finishes now at 4-3, which means Masa Kitamiya officially goes to the final at Korakuen coming this Tuesday. So early especially, I thought this was like another dull, nothing happening match, which is even worse now because this was the fucking match to decide the winner of the entire block. It's like, can someone in this entire tournament act like it actually matters? And the crowd was super dead too. Now, it picked up a lot later on. The crowd did get more into it too. The back half of this match was really good. Endo survived several Bushiyaku knees. He escaped the go to sleep, and he hit the modified shooting star press for the pin. He had been pushing the night before that he apparently like doesn't sleep well or something, and that's why he wasn't going to lose to Kenta. I thought was kind of a funny line. But yeah, he also I always forget that he's technically supposed to be going back to DDT at the end of this year because he still talks about himself as a DDT representative, which is interesting. Because I just in my head he's such a Noah guy now that like even fitting him back into DDT feels weird. But according to him, he thinks he's going back to DDT in January, so. It's interesting. But yeah, given how boring this match was for the final stretch, I can't go any higher than 3 1/4. But the final stretch, they did at least It's like they read my notes in real time. They're like, all right, we're going to treat this match seriously, like it decides a block. Because the end of it did get good. But, just can't go any higher than that given how boring the first part of it was.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like that's been the story of like a lot of our ratings for like the N1, just comparing it, is like you will say 3-star or 3.25-star derogatory, and I say 3.25-star like neutral, I guess.
Yeah. I expected more to this. I expected more of this tournament, I guess. I don't know. It's like very clearly way behind the G1 and the 5-star. And I don't even know if it's on the same level as the Champion Carnival. The Champion Carnival might have been a little better. It had higher highs, at least, than this did. Even though it might have also had lower lows, too. But
Yeah, I maybe that's where like the point of reference is different for us, is I didn't see the Champions Carnival this year. So I'm comparing it to the Royal Road, and
it was better than the Royal Road because the Royal Road was horrible.
yeah, I think that's what it is. Is this to me was better than the Royal Road, because at least the boring stuff was within like the 10 to 15 minute time frame, and we never had the 20-minute Zion versus Ayabe match in the N1.
The main event to decide the B block winner, to break the unbreakable tie, Jack Morris defeats Galeno in 10:26 for the Tiger Driver. So yes, your N1 victory final is Jack Morris versus Kento versus Masa Kitamiya, just as we all expected. So, but yeah, there was some pretty good fast-paced action in this match, which this show desperately needed by this point. And more, it didn't go very long, only went 10.5 minutes. Morris ended up getting the win with the Tiger Driver. It was a good match. It was nothing special. So I went 3.5. Just never got to that next level to be another one of like the, 3.75, 4-star matches this tournament could have used. It just didn't have enough time to, really. But it was still good. It was, I guess, the best match on this show, probably. I don't think I went 3.5 anything else. No, I didn't. Yeah, so it was the best match in this show. But yeah, this is this is 3.5 being one of the better matches of the entire tournament is not good either. So
yeah, I think you would benefit from if you turned the first Jack Morris Galeno match off after Jack Morris's dive, and then put this one on and just pretended that was the finishing sequence. Like it feels like the missing part to that match that gets over the hump to being like really, really good. I went 3.75, but yeah, it the whole match was basically just a finishing sequence that we didn't get from the night, prior.
So there you go. That's your N1. Your final standings: Masa Kitamiya wins A block with 10 points. You have a big 4-way tie with Fujita, Kenta, Kaito, and Endo with 8 points. Then we have Manabu Soya with 6. Oka Sasaki and Daga both have 4, but Daga finishes last because Oka beat him, so he has the tiebreaker. So apologies to you and Daga girl. But B block, Jack Morris and Galeno both have 11 points. Morris, of course, won the tiebreaker match, so he wins the block. Ricky Knight Jr. and Marufuji both have 10 points. Ricky Knight beat Marufuji, so he finishes third. Kano finishes 5th place with 8 points. Daiki Inaba 4 points, Harutoki with 2 points, which means he never actually got a win since he got the bye from Ozawa getting hurt. Of course, finishes 0-7 with no points since he got hurt in the very first show. So there's your N1 victory standings. I'll do a bigger wrap up for the N1 on my next episode after the final, and I'll go through what I thought of everybody's tournament. I mean, I feel like it'll be 2 seconds long because it's like I kind of already gave my thoughts in everybody's tournaments, which is, a lot of people were not very good in this tournament. I mean, what else can you really say? The N1 finals is 2 days from now on Tuesday the 23rd at Corrigan. The main event is obviously the final match between Masa Kitamiya and Jack Morris. I would expect Masa to win. I don't know why he wouldn't. Right?
Yeah, I'd take him over Morris.
They need a top heel with Ozawa out long term. I mean, it just makes sense.
Yeah, that would give something for Ozawa to come back to. Even if Kitamiya doesn't win the title, that would be like, hey, I won the tournament while you're out. I'm the leader now. And then they can kind of, play off the friction there.
The semi-main is the GHC Junior Tag Title match, which I've heard they've done a lot of good work on the undercards building this, even though I didn't see any of it. But it's Alpha Wolf and Dragon's Bane defending against Kai Fujimura and Alejandro. Third from sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying should be good.
Third from the top, Hiromu Takahashi and Amakusa against Eita and Junto Miyawaki. That should be really good too. Then Yohei versus Tadasuke, and a little, I guess Yohei's still not over Tadasuke leaving Rotel's, so we get that match. An 8-person tag, Go Shiozaki, Kazuki Fujita, Mohamed Yone, and Atsushi Kotoge against Marufuji, Kaito Kiyomiya, Harutoke, and Shuhei Taniguchi. God, could you imagine Taniguchi trying to do a whole N1 at this point? Might have been even worse than some of the ones we got. But
yeah.
Then we had the man who should have been in the N1. I don't know why he wasn't. Tagashi Sugera teaming up with Daga to take on Hayata and Daiki Otashima. But I mean, fucking Sugera could have held up a lot better than some of these people, but I guess he just didn't feel like doing it. The 8-man tag opener, which they're officially calling the N1 Consolation Match, is Kenta, Manabu Soya, Oka Sasaki, and Tetsuya Endo against Galeno, Kano, Daiki Inaba, and Ricky Knight Jr. So, there's not a ton on the show besides the top 3, but everything else looks like kind of whatever. But there you go. That's your Noah N1 final. Any final Noah thoughts before we wrap this show up?
I don't know. I thought it was a relatively solid tournament. I thought the floor was decent to good, but I thought I can't say that it had a very high ceiling, but it exceeded my expectations. I think last year I just really enjoyed the tournament because there was so much just off the cuff weird stuff like Tavion Heights and Josh Briggs and Louis Monte. I really wanted Louis Monte in this year's tournament. But
yeah, maybe that was the other problem. They just didn't bring in any outsiders this year besides Ricky Knight Jr., I guess. Like, if they could have gotten Louis Monte back or even anyone from another promotion, that would have helped a lot.
Yeah, well, on the last show before the big tournament, they had like a 6-man that Louis Monte was in. And I felt that like that was kind of dangling the carrot in front of us of like, oh man, like this, if we get him for the tournament, like that's going to be great. But then it just didn't materialize. But yeah, Dan would have been better with Louis Monte in it. But I thought it was a solid tournament all in all. Not as good as the G1, but probably better than the Royal Road. So
there you go. So that's your N1, and we'll have the final on next week's show. Anything you want to plug, John, before we get out of here?
Not specifically. You can just follow me on Facebook at John Bivins. That's Bivins with 2 I's. A lot of promoters misspell it and they put the E in my name, but it's Bivins. You can find me on Instagram at my real name. It's at Punk Rock Dark Roast. But other than that, yeah. And then I'll be at Warpath Pro Wrestling in Pikeville, Tennessee, coming up in a couple weeks, and that's all my big stuff.
Yeah, if you're in the Tennessee area, feel free to check it out. But yeah, if you ever get booked up here, let me know. Now I'll make it out to wherever the fuck they run these shows now. They still run them at Laboom. I feel like they still run them at Laboom.
I haven't heard anything about Laboom in years.
Yeah, I don't know where the fuck they run New York. I don't go to New York Indies ever, so I have no idea where they run these shows. But the last show I went to was Laboom WrestleMania weekend 2019. So
okay, yeah.
No, because they had Evolve, and who the fuck did Evolve? Evolve was working with some Japanese company that weekend. I can't remember who the fuck it was.
Was it Dragon Gate?
I don't think it was Dragon Gate by that point. Maybe they had somebody from Noah there or something. Why the fuck did I go to this show? I don't know. I'll figure it out later.
It was in Evolve for a minute.
Maybe that could be it. There had to be some reason I went to it, so I don't know what it was, but maybe I just got dragged to it against my will or something. Who knows?
No, the Evolve shows back in the day were good. I enjoyed it before they started like the whole WWE, influence and all that. But
yeah,
I don't know. I'm in indie wrestling not necessarily because like I want to make it somewhere. I'm trying to get fame or anything. I just like it scratches an itch for me,
Yeah, well, it's really cool. Yeah, I mean, I always, to be honest with you, I always thought about like I wanted to become a wrestler when I was young, and then I had a series of friends who talked me out of it. They were like, "John, you don't like pain. Why would you ever do this?" And I was like, "That's a good point, I guess." They're basically telling me that I'm a wimp, which I don't really disagree. But like I'm also a very tall wimp, so again, I feel that same kind of thing with Ren Ayabe and these other talls. But like, so I'm like almost 6'2", which, you know, it's not like super, super tall or anything, but I am taller than average. And I feel like, especially I used to get like asked by indie wrestlers, like, "Oh, how come you're not getting in the ring?" And like one time Toru Owashi did this to me at a DDT show where he was like, you need to be wrestler. And I was like, "I'm good, man." I was like, he kept pointing at me and just saying, "You need to be wrestler." I was like, "No, that's okay. That's okay." But
No,
yeah,
I understand. I'm like 6'3" or a little bit more. Like I'm not quite 6'4", but I'm probably like 6'3.5". But like on my best day, I weigh like 190, like 195. And so like I should be like a lot more like filled out and like physically impressive or like intimidating than what I am. But I'm just not. Like I'm just tall and kind of lanky. Like I don't really have like big arms. I'm kind of like skinny fat. So yeah, which makes for like a fun thing in indie wrestling because like the guys that you're wrestling, sometimes they're just like average guys. You know, they're like 5'8", 5'9", and like some guys are like on the chubby side of things. And so like I look tall against them. So like I should be wrestling like a big guy style, but like nah, man. Like I go with the flow, you know. So
yeah. Now I'm sure you're even taller than I am, so you must look really. Because when I used to go to Ring of Honor shows, there was like one wrestler on the entire show that would actually be taller than me, and it was like Claudio. It was pretty much everybody else. It would be so fucking funny standing next to these wrestlers who claim they're 6 feet, because I'm like, yeah, you're 6 feet and in like 4-inch lifts maybe.
yeah,
because I am not exaggerating my head at all. Like I'm pretty much exactly 6'1.5". Like that's pretty much my exact height. So I would be standing in front of these people who would say 6 feet, and it would be like, yeah, oh sure, buddy, you're 6 feet tall, and I'm the Queen of England.
yeah. Well, so like I trained for a little bit at WWA4 in Atlanta, and so like I've stood next to AR Fox before. And I remember when like Josh Briggs was first getting on like NXT and they were billing him at like 6'6" or like 6'7" or something. And I remember watching like AR Fox versus Josh Briggs in Evolve. And like Fox was just barely shorter than Josh Briggs. And so I'm like, oh, I'm taller than Josh Briggs because I know what I am like compared to Fox. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm definitely taller than Briggs. And they're saying he's like 6'6" or something. I'm like, no, dude, you're probably like 6'3.5". Like we're probably the same height.
Yeah, that is funny. But I don't know what they would bill me as, and they would have to bill me as like 6'4" probably to avoid showing up like all these quote unquote 6 foot people. But
yeah, to all the fans out there, I promise you, your favorite wrestler is not as tall as you think they are. I promise.
Well, okay, I was if you're a man, the women are usually about exactly as tall as they say they are.
Right. Yeah.
That's why I've always wanted. What's always why I want. My dream is to get Natsupoi and Rita from Dragon Gate back to back, because I bet they both get billed at like 4'11". I bet Natsupoi is actually taller.
Yeah, probably so.
But there you go. All right, folks. We're going to wrap things up here. So next week, Wrestling Omakase, my good pal R. Mutha is going to be back on. We're going to talk the Destruction in Kobe, the 2 big Stardom shows, the Osaka show from the 23rd and the Korakuen from the 27th with the enormous Izumi title match. Double title match now, Izumi and Saya Kamitani. We're going to talk some DDT, the DDT Korakuen, some Dragon Gate, maybe the Dragon Gate Korakuen. I don't know. That one maybe if we have time. It's also like kind of a wacky show. But I want to do the Sendai Girls show, and I just said I want to do All Japan, so I'm sorry in advance, Armutha. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about next week. And the N1 finals. So a lot of stuff coming up next week. In the meantime, you can follow us on Twitter at Wrestle Omakase, Wrestling Would Not Fit. You can follow me on Blue Sky at Just1MB. And we will see you next time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Taylor.
And I'm Kelly.
And we are the co-hosts of Jumping Bomb Audio, the #1 show all about the world of Joshi Pro Wrestling. Every other Monday, we're coming at you with news, show reviews, and previews of upcoming Joshi action.
So whether you're just getting into the scene or you've seen it all, this is the show for you.
Check us out on the Voices of Wrestling podcast network and wherever you get your audio.
Hello, do you like New Japan Pro Wrestling? Are you a Shin Nihon freak? If so, check out the Super J-Cast with Joel and Damon on the Voices of Wrestling podcast network.
And even if you fucking hate New Japan Pro Wrestling, listen to the Super J-Cast anyway. Not just for our great show reviews, analysis, and pastrami sandwiches, but there's also usually some dick jokes somewhere in the obligatory opening 30 minutes of absolute nonsense we chat about every single week. That's the Super J-Cast for all the best talk about New Japan Pro Wrestling, crisps, and pornography.
A mochi moment from Tara, who writes, "For years, all my doctor said was eat less and move more, which never worked. But you know what does? The simple eating tips from my nutritionist at Mochi. And after losing over 30 pounds, I can say you're not just another GLP-1 source. You're a life source." Thanks, Tara. I'm Myra Ahmed, founder of Mochi Health. To find your Mochi moment, visit joinmochi.com.
Tara is a Mochi member compensated for her story.